room. Sorry, YouTubers. Okay, well, I've got OSH on the screen now. OSH on the screen. Yeah, so we're definitely have a delay then. You guys are still saying OSH or Big C? Because I change it. You guys usually when I change things, you're seeing them almost as quickly as I do, I think. Sorry, guys. Hopefully this gets rectified in 8 minutes before the market opens. The old stream is up, still up, Midian. You talked about the old, because I had to shut down everything and I had to relaunch YouTube, but I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, so there's a huge delay, guys. I mean, if you're seeing Big C, because I've had SHC on the screen for a while. So support meeting Sebastian, who is the developer of the room. Thank you for coming in, and he's going to see what he can do on his end. Okay, really, 40 viewing, waiting on your return. Yeah, YouTube is fine, and so is Discord. So those are fine. It's just the main room. Hello, Sebastian. I can hear you. Okay. Yes. 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 They were seeing there. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, honey. Yeah, I am sharing now, but I'll do it again. Thought I was sharing. Okay, so now you guys should see BCAB on the screen. Now I'm going to change it to STEM, STEM. I just changed it to STEM. I went, I'm using Chrome. I am using I'm using Chrome. I had no, yeah, I had nothing. Yeah, completely shut Chrome down. I had no other tabs open. I just completely shut it down. I mean, listen, I suppose I could do a reboot of my computer and see what happens. I mean, we'll miss maybe the first 5 minutes, but I suppose that's everything else is working because their YouTube is fine. They're saying that they can see my screen on YouTube, no problem. Okay, Jamie. All right, Jamie, you're in my YouTube room. Tell me what ticker you see right now. Now, YouTube is 8 seconds delayed anyway, so, but in 8 seconds, you should see FUTU. Now, YouTube is dead too. Oh, God. What's that? What time is it? 6:30? I'm going back to bed. No, okay, so the market's open, guys. I apologize for this. I don't think this has ever happened. What I might do, Sebastian, is then just do a complete reboot of my system and see if that helps. Okay. They do say it's fine on YouTube. They do say it's fine on YouTube. But okay, okay, guys, sorry about that. I am going to just reboot my computer, okay, and I'll come back. Have to start everything from scratch again, and hopefully within about 5 minutes I'll be up and running. Thanks, Sebastian. Hopefully that helps. If not, I guess okay. All right, I think I'm back in YouTube. I think you guys can hear me in YouTube. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm still trying to fix this. One moment, guys, as I'm just trying to fix one other thing on my end. The main room is fine. If you want to see my screen, though, obviously there's going to be some kind of a delay. Um, can anybody who is in Discord and in YouTube, can you tell me now? YouTube always has an 8-second delay anyway. So if you're in Discord, what symbol are you seeing right now? You can just answer in the general market. Okay, so okay, 7. So you're saying Jan, what are you seeing right now? You seeing NUWE? Oh, are you guys seeing NUWE now in all the rooms? Oh no, okay. Okay, so Jan, yeah, I've got 3 rooms going. So, okay, so I think what's happening is that in Discord, you guys can see CVAC right now. YouTube, you'll see CVAC in about 5 seconds. But in the main room, you are not. Yeah, it's way delayed in the main room because I'm on CVAC. Yeah, so the main room is, and I have no idea what to do. It's only the main room. Yeah, no idea what to do. Hmm. Okay, thanks, Sebastian. Now I gotta kind of move on a little bit. All right, what's happening, guys? All right, and unfortunately, I lost all my charts on the other monitor with all my thumbnails that I wanted to follow. So, just give me a moment. Okay, so as I say, you can head over to Discord if you want, or to YouTube if the delay is. All right, Warner Brothers. I'm trying to get my head back into this. Warner Brothers, guys. WBD. Look at this run it's had. Unfortunately, I couldn't do any of my pre-market work looking at communications, but you know what? Communications is having a nice comeback. Y- Let me expand this just a little bit. You can see the 200-day moving average. You can see we've had a run in communications. And what's the market doing right now? So the market initially was going to be pretty not, well, it was going to be negative, but I guess we're now positive. Yeah, so Dow's positive, Nas is positive, SPY is up a little. I think Mr. Powell was talking some conference, so whatever he said, maybe that helped a bit. Keep an eye on SHC. They're trying to, well, the issue is still with Discord. Only 50 people can see my screen. Keep an eye on the SHC. What a nice run still. It's not a low float. 97 million in the float. 97 million in the float. So this is all about settlement of. So I misread that. Okay, so or maybe I haven't. Okay, so Terra Health are trading higher after the company announced its subsidiaries have reached agreements to settle the cases pending against Sterigenics. So I guess they're getting 408 million. Is this going to Sotera? And that is SHC. And I see there were some some quick AI alerts. Uh, Disney requires, I don't see any specific news for WBD. I don't see any specific news. The only thing, again, the communication sector has been rallying somewhat. That's the only thing I can say in general. Where the heck is the 200-day moving average for WBD? I don't even see it. That's because it hasn't been trading for 200 days. Usually always a reason. So SHC is through the 200-day moving average. It's just a little bit above it. 1503 is the 200-day moving average, so it's above it. It actually showed up on my 10-day daily breakout also. Um, okay, so this one was flying high in the pre-market after hours, actually, NUWE, but it's starting to give it up. Still, in fact, it's gone negative. I actually couldn't see any reason for this one moving higher. Okay, guys, I guess I have to mention this one, but HKD is moving again. HKD, excuse me. Again, be awfully careful with this one. History, of course, is extremely volatile, whippy, but HKD is moving. I said HKD, HKD, not GME. Big difference. All right, guys. So Bed Bath and Beyond (BBBY) had earnings such as they are, a little pop. Now they're saying, remember last week they were basically saying, hey, we may go out of business, we might be having to file for bankruptcy. And then the CEO comes out and says, hey, sales improvement. EVGO on the move here, guys. EVGO on the move here. And the next high looking left is 476. So this has got some room. EVGO has some room. EV play, of course. I want to make sure that, yeah, the next high, yeah, yesterday's high was 416, and there is a high at 420. So it's at 421 right now. So the next high is 476. Yeah, the main room is there is a problem with the main room in terms of updating the charts. Why, I don't know, but the developer of the room came in and hopefully he's going to be able to poke around and find out why that's happening for me. It appears that the Discord and YouTube is fine. Okay, Sebastian, I am here. I'm PMing you. Okay, so give me the link to the room. We can open it and let's see what happens. Oh, I see. I'm gonna have to share it with everybody. Ah, hmm. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Okay, I'm up for it, I guess. Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. BBBY challenging two now. So what's happening, guys, is the developer of the room is going to give me a link, and I'm going to, I guess I'm going to click on that link. Then I have to give you that link, and we'll see if it's sort of it's a new room. See if that solves it. But what happens when people go to the Trade Ideas homepage, Sebastian, and click on the trading room and try to get in the normal way? I guess it just wouldn't work. Is that right? So do we really want to do that? I mean, like I'm out of my element here. Okay. RYAM guys, and wow, this is a gap down and go. A gap down and go. RYAM, gap down and go. I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Really wasn't any action. Well, that's not true. I guess at 9:15, but I was too busy. 9:30 though, look at this, RYAM. See if there's any specific reason. All I see some downgrades, but I'm not sure if that's the downgraded to $8 RBC. It's below that now. Must be something else going on with RYAM. Now, guys, okay, keep an eye on BBBY having a resurgence. For last week, basically saying, I don't think we're going to be able to continue. Probably have to declare bankruptcy. And then today, the CEO says, hey, things are maybe not as bad as they appeared. They released earnings. So what's the next high looking left is 248. So CVAC, I see the AI took CVAC. Now the issue right now is the 200-day moving average, 1195 for CVAC, CVAC, and it's coming right into it. The price is 1182 right now. 200-day moving average is 1195. Briefly this morning, actually no, wow, this raced higher. 1332 was the high in the pre-market for 1332 for CVAC, CVAC. Guys see CVAC on my screen? Maybe it's a miracle. Maybe you guys can see it. Yeah, SPY went green, Dow's green, NAS is green. Well, Bed Bath & Beyond is just ripping here, guys. The memers have taken over. Well, Trev, it's easy. That's because the CEO came out. They had earnings today in the pre-market, and the CEO comes out and says, hey, you can see it. Saw sales improvements where in-stock levels have improved to a more normalized range, above 80%, etc. After last week, basically suggesting we're going belly up. So I put a positive spin on the earnings release this morning. That's basically it. Not quite the doom and gloom that was last week. That is for BBBY. And then understanding also that it's one of the big meme stocks, those just some of the memers get a hold of this and they'll just run it. There's no reason other than that. My screen is black again. I was hoping it said my screen is back again. Yeah, so we're having some real issues in the main room. Out of my control right now. I don't know what to do. I've rebooted my system. So hopefully the developer can figure something out. Some of you are seeing black screen, some of you aren't. So there's the issue too. There's data, guys. DADA, DADA, 1353 is the next high looking left. DADA, so it's at 1307 now. Well, again, you can head over to Discord. I'm understanding Discord is fine if you're one of the first 50 to get in. Okay, good. All right, so it's not on my end, guys. Sebastian is saying that there is an issue, some sort of ISP issue at the data center. Okay, thank you, Sebastian, because he got a report from another room that he supports. So, okay, so nothing to do. Good. So I'm just going to put a general announcement up, okay? Okay, so the main room's having some issues. I just main room is having some issues. It's being worked on now. Okay. Well, this is shortable for me. Excuse me, for me. BCAB had. Let's see if there's any news on it. Yeah, so they gave an update, and obviously the market didn't like it. So BCAB is gapping down 40%, and it's still moving down further. Shoot, this showed up. All right, that showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. This is not quite a lifetime low for BCAB, not quite, but it's getting there. Is ATLX an IPO? Let's take a look. ATLX. Well, that one at all. So let's take a look. Are you sure that's a symbol? ATLX. Oh, there it is. Okay. Um, yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. 4 million, very cheap one, $6 a share, only 675,000. Yeah. So this is could be one of those crazy ones, guys. One of those really crazy ones. Only 675,000 shares. Offering price was $6. It's at 786 now. And I see now why you even saw it. It's because it's halted, or has it resumed? I guess it resumed. This could be insane. PJ, it's ATLX, as in xylophone. Yeah. You know what, guys? I've got to. My head's not in this right now. I I was trying to short BCAB and I actually accidentally went long. So give me a moment here as I get out of this. Ah, didn't kill me, but hmm. Well, there's a case, guys. You've got to have your head on straight when you're trading. You know, I almost made a big mistake. Well, I did make an error, but it didn't kill me. I was trying to short BCAB and I accidentally went long. If you're talking to me, China, I don't know. If you're talking to me or you're just talking in general, putting it out there, I don't know. I don't think we can do it. You know, in B plus, I don't think we can do that. But in general, yeah, I don't know. Whew, okay. I'm so glad I noticed that though. All right, guys, CVAC now above the 200-day moving average, above the VWAP, above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, no problem, China. I'm not aware of anything like that, but keep an eye on CVAC, guys. This is where is this in the lifetime range? I think when I was looking at this one yesterday, I believe that had some room. So we're at 12, and the next high looking left is 1210. Okay. So 1210 and then 1382 on the weekly chart. So it's probably got to get through 1210. Okay. And then after that, it has a shot to the 1382 mark. I mean, this got up to 1341 this morning in the pre-market. So just stick an alert around 1217 and see if it takes that out. And that is for the CVAC. For those of you who can't really see my screen, or it's not updating quickly enough. Okay, so it was an uplisting. Okay, so this was an uplisting for ATLX, getting off the pinks onto NASDAQ. Okay, Look at that BCAB. So let me ask you this. You can, if can you see when I'm, I mean, it's the charts I understand are not refreshing, but I just put my 10-day daily breakout. Can you guys see that? Not the charts, but the actual scans. Can you guys see that right now, immediately? Or is it just the charts that aren't refreshing? So you can't see that either. Okay. Yeah, so that's an issue. But we have determined it's on the developer's end. It's not on my end anymore. So he'll get to the bottom of it. Wow, look at Dak. Are you still in the RYAM? RYAM. Um, I've reloaded my gap continuation or reverse scan guys, sort of ahead of earnings season, and starting to see some really interesting ones now. Oh, I'm 100% sure there's going to be some shadiness with the ATLX. ATLX with that number of shares. What did I say? 600,000 shares. So that float is that can't be. All right, guys, there's CVAC. CVAC now can maybe start to challenge that 13 level. CVAC, CVAC. See the spread 1209, 1212. It's not bad. There's the 200-day moving average, 1195. So it's above that, of course. Yeah, it's untradeable right now, ATLX. Ugh. Well, I'd like to show you where the B cab showed up, but I can't. So, but the B cab showed up at four. Actually, it might have even been earlier. Remember, I had to do a reboot, but I'm seeing it at 460 at 10 o'clock. But it probably was even earlier because I had to reboot my system. So, and that's when we saw in the pre-market on the big gap down. Keep an eye on the SHC. I think there may be a red bar ignored forming here. Not quite on the 15-minute chart. Not quite. But it's making a new high now. SHC. And of course, through the 200-day moving average at 1503. And it just wow, just popped up, guys. SHC just popped up. Okay, guys, SHC is continuing to move here. BCAB continues to move down. Thank goodness I caught that. SIDU, I did see this one in the pre-market, but it was very choppy. SIDU, let's see, rises 15% after subcontract for US Navy propulsion program. So that's your news. Oh, look at BCAB, another new low. Ah, see that came right back down. All right, one more time on this one. I'm going to put another alert around 12:17, see if it takes it out later on. And that's for the CVAC. You know what, guys? This is not maybe a bad one. MRVI. It's at 1370 right now. Looking left on the daily chart, 1434. So is the next high looking left. So that's about 64 cents away from that. MRVI. I'm just trying to find stocks that have some room to move if they want to. Okay, so your screen is back, Sparky. What symbol do you see? No. Okay, so it's really not back. Uh, the only thing I would try to do a refresh, okay, just for fun, because I haven't had Cano on there forever. But again, the developer of the room knows there is an issue, so he is working on it, okay? SHC guys is still strong. That's what I have on my screen right now. SHC. I better look left to see where the next resistance could be. So 1645 on a weekly chart. 1645 on a weekly chart, guys, for SHC. So there may not be enough room now. All right, well, let's do, okay, I just changed it to PACB. I just changed it to PACB. Nope, okay. Okay, so when you say, so I'm answering somebody in our Discord room, can I see BBB doing anything today? Well, it's already done a lot today. You mean anything more? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, it had earnings, CEO came out with instead of the doom and gloom that was all last week, he said it looks better than we thought. But other than that, I mean, I don't know if it's going to keep going. The high and the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 274. So I guess in theory it still has a little bit of room to run, but I certainly, I mean, ah, there are some shorts available now. Oh, false alarm. So, I mean, if you're asking me, do I think it'll keep running? I have no idea. I mean, it's a meme stock now, of course. Sugar. I wanted to get this SHC. I've missed it. Well, maybe there's always been a 5-second delay. I don't know. Oh, it's always been fast. Okay. Well, there's another one that showed up on my 10-day. Well, let me ask you this then. So I've just put my 10-day daily breakout and down on the screen. So 1, 2, 3. You should see it now if it's a 5-second delay on what's happening on my screen. Hmm. Nope. Okay. Back to the drawing board. No, 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 no. I'm talking about my scan. I just put my scan, my 10-day daily breakout and the four. I put my scan that you should see. I'm moving it around on the screen. Wow, that's strange. You can't see it. Wow, look at BCAP, guys. BCAP is just getting crushed here. BCAB just getting absolutely crushed. As is what RYAM is still moving down. Another one from the 10-day daily breakdown. And the 200-day moving average is around 5. Yeah, I just tried to short it and not getting a fill. ECA, take a look at ECA. ECA, what is ECA, Ren? I thought it was a stock, so obviously it's not a stock. Oh, BCAB, sorry. Okay, BCAB. See, thoughts on Jasper, JSPR is still over 2. Yeah, I mean, it's hanging over 2. I mean, the next high looking left is 218, so it may struggle to get through there. In the pre-market, it did get up to 237 though. You know, and obviously traders are looking at what happened 5 days ago when it got up to 380. Did have some news today after the trading high, after the company, announced some kind of development prioritization, etc. So they did have some news today for JSPR. Wow, SHC just ripping here, guys. Ripping. What did I say was the next high looking left? I think it's right there on that weekly chart. 1645, it blew through that, and now 1716 is the next high. Watch RYAM right here, RYAM right here. It's a little bit of a pull up. So again, yeah, 1716 is the next high looking left for SHC on the weekly chart. Here's another one that's showing up in my 10-day daily breakout is FGen, FGEN, FGEN. The alert happened at 2052. That was at 10:23, so about 3 minutes ago. Meanwhile, SHC just absolutely ripping higher here. You can see it's in the, well, you can't, maybe can't see it, but it won 5 races so far in the large cap gainers from the open, has at least a half a billion, sorry, 500 million minimum market cap. Not a low float, 97 million in the float for SHC. So it's not crazy low, but it's trading like a real low float, 94% up now. And you know what? It's actually challenging. Well, no, it's above that. 1645 was the after hours high yesterday. So it's way above that now, SHC. All right, guys. So RYAM is actually having a bounce now. RYAM is having a bounce. I was looking to maybe take this as a short, but CVAC is kind of a miserable trader. I remember this yesterday thinking it would have a nice run, and it really didn't. I mean, it's up still 10%. I'm talking about the CVAC, but it's a difficult intraday trader, I find. Ooh, GSUN guys. So this is one of those China education stocks showing up in the 10-day daily breakout, and looks like the next high, is that right? 321? Yeah, it looks like there's another high at 255 and 259, excuse me, 259 for GSUN, GSUN. Too bad because then the next high is 320, or the other one's doing. Yeah, go to is barely positive. Anybody get that B cab? Boy, that was the what a tremendous run all the way down. I don't know when the first or anybody, if you have my 10-day daily breakout, where was the first alert for B cab, BCAB? In my reboot, I showing it at 10 o'clock at 460, but my guess is that it would have been earlier. It's at 391 right now. No, well, Eastern time. Nothing will happen until at least 9:30. So I'm talking about in my 10-day daily breakdown. Yours says 10 o'clock. Oh, okay, well maybe it did happen at 10. Still 460 down to 397. Great percentage move. And now there's a pullback for SHC now. There is a pullback for SHC. Little one, not huge. Got up to 1714, I think. So the next level will be the VWAP. Let's see at 1562. Now that's a dollar away, but let's see if it even gets close and then bounces off it. You know, for those of you who like to play pullbacks, you might want to have that area, and that is SHC, and the VWAP is at 1563. So the stock is at 1661 now. And the market, yeah, look at the market. All of a sudden, the market's putting in a couple of big red bars. All right, guys. So I guess I'm a little limited to what I can actually display on my screen. You guys can't see things that but I will say this, unbelievably, the promo appears to be still on. So I can pay, ooh, they're establishing a database connection. That's not good. Okay, so it did come back. Now you can't see this, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously, but um, I just want to make sure that that promo for 25% is still on. I checked it this morning and it appears to be still on. Yep. Okay, because I can't really, you guys don't seem to see what I'm displaying. All I'm going to have to do today is just put in, give me a moment. Okay, I've got to do something different in our YouTube room. Okay, so when you click on my homepage, you'll see a discount for 15%. Obviously, don't use that one. You can use the new year 25 to get 25% off, okay? And again, when you click on my homepage link, you'll see there is a scan section, and you can take a look at the scans that I'm sharing, including the 10-day daily breakout and down, giving some really good alerts today. Wow, guys, BCAB just continues to move down. This is, to me, this is the star of the day. And when you look at it on a 15-minute chart, basically straight down, only had one little minor topping tail, but basically straight down, BCAB. And lots of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers anyway. So 2 million, over 2 million. So that means I would say that most brokers will have ready access to shorting that, which puts more downward pressure. Jinx you how? I know you're in just under 4. So okay, I mean, where I found BCAV, few areas. Of course, in the pre-market, we saw that big gap down. Saw it on the 10-day daily breakdown, and also on my compare count. So those are the three scans that I'm sharing. So again, you guys can't see this, what I'm putting on my screen right now, the compare count. I'll leave it there for maybe it is a delay, but I'll just, can I leave it there? I don't understand why you guys can't see this. 3860. So the next high looking left for Jeff, JEF, is 3860. This is earnings play from yesterday. They released earnings after hours yesterday. Kind of a mixed reaction, but mildly positive right now. JEF. SHC coming right back, guys. SHC coming right back. Very, very minor pullback. You can see on the, well, you can't see, but on the 15-minute chart, held the VWAP. Okay, yeah, I know. You guys in YouTube and I think in Discord, you can see anything I'm doing on the screen. It's just the main room, which is being looked at by the developer of the room, here to figure out what's going on. Uh, okay, so I'm 6 minutes behind then. Yeah, because it's, well, you guys are 6 minutes behind the timestamp. Because I'm at 10, yeah, it's at 10:40. Well, obviously it's at 10:42. Like, so you guys are way behind. Anyway, I have all the confidence in the world that Sebastian, who you heard talking to me, will figure out what's going on. Okay. I call it movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, Jamie. Okay. Okay, reload the page one more time. So Sebastian, what exactly, when you say reload, you want me to get out of, like you want me to exit the program? Or do you want me to just do the little reload? Okay, I'm going to enter. Okay, okay, so refresh. Okay, so I just refreshed. And let's see, I'll do a screen share now. Okay, I've just done a screen share. I should be back on the mic now. I've just done so I did a refresh. I refreshed everything. So you should see ACCD as a chart. You should see ACCD. I'll change it now. You should see SATX. SATX now on the screen. Keep an eye on the, I'm going to put SHC back on the screen. SHC. Keep an eye on it, guys. It's again testing that 17 level. So how are we doing? You guys seeing SHC or are we still way behind? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so your guys are still way behind. Yeah. Well, I know way behind, but you're behind because I've got SHC on my screen right now. Let me try to answer. Let me try to answer Ital Trader. Let's see. 1436. Well, I have a high at 1485. But again, you can't see well, on a delay, you should be able to see FRO by now, I hope, FRO. So I've got it on a daily chart. I see a high at 1485. Let me get to a weekly though. So there's that high at 1485. Yeah, it looks like I'm going back to 2019. Let me go to a monthly chart then. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. This high way over here of yeah, I don't know what happened here. It's hard to believe that it would have gone from 73 down to 14. I don't know if, it was a spin-off or so it's hard to know. You'd have to literally go back and check in 2016 what happened. That's January of 2016 for the fro. So in our YouTube room, is there a filter or configuration setting for tight bid ask spreads for top list windows? No. The reason being is that a top list window kind of updates every 30 seconds. Okay, so having a tight bid ask would be, I want to call it kind of irrelevant to have in a top list. You can have it in an alert window, but you probably know that, right? We have a spread filter for the alert windows, which makes more sense because when you get the real-time alert, and you put in a spread filter, say no more than 5 cents. When you get that alert, it will be 5 cents. Okay. So I don't. Okay, in YouTube, I don't know. I guess you guys can see my screen in YouTube. So if you right click on an alert window, right click, and click on configure and then click on search and just type in spread. Okay. And then you'll see it. So you can add the filter and then you can, and it's in pennies. So if you want to have the maximum spread of say of 5 cents, you just put 5 in the max. So at the time of the alert, that's what the spread will be. That doesn't mean like 2 seconds later, it could be 10 cents. Hmm. Firefox. Let's see if I even have Firefox. Um, okay, let me. Sebastian, I'm just not. Give me a moment here. See if I can figure out how to get Firefox and then your room in Firefox. So what do I have to do? I have to copy the dashboard. Okay, that was simple enough. Now let's see if I can enter it. Okay, does that mean I have to exit the other one because it's telling me my session has expired? You can't see this probably, but you can't. I'm entering and it says, please relaunch the room from the site. So does that mean I have to exit the other room, the Chrome room, we'll call it, and then enter from Firefox? In other words, I can't have the Chrome room open and the Firefox room open at the same time. Is that what it's trying to tell me? No need for that. So then I don't know what's going on because when again, you can't see my screen, but I'm in Firefox now, and when I enter, it says your session has expired. Relaunch the room from the site or contact support. You are support, but it gives me exactly the same screen I'm used to. Oh, I see. I've got to. Okay, okay. Well, let me try that then. Okay, let me see. Oh, my goodness. Just give me a moment, Sebastian. I've just got to copy the my homepage link for. Okay. Okay. So now I'm in Firefox. Share screen, but I'm getting an echo now in the audio. Gotta make sure I'm sharing the right screen. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's about I've got so many tabs open now. Just give me a moment if I gotta find it. There we are. Okay. Okay, I found the mic. All right, I'm starting from scratch again. I don't know if you guys can't probably hear me. I'm sure you can't. YouTube can. Discord can. Uh, oh, okay. Um, okay, so I'm in Firefox now, but I am still getting an echo. And I have muted my mic in Chrome. No, Randy, yeah, we're having a problem here. I actually have a note saying the main room is having issues. It is being worked on now. Hopefully you guys can see that. So screen is still black in Firefox? Okay. So that experiment did not work. All right, you see Fro, let me change it to, okay, so, okay, I'm now changing things. You should see SHC now. Whoops. I guess Sebastian just s- stopped my screens. So guys, I do apologize for this. You can hear me. First time, I think, in all the years we've had this, that this has happened. And I'm still getting a feedback, Sebastian. using Firefox. Guys, if you can hear me, EURN is having a nice reversal now. This is the one that is tied in with the FRO. So EURN is having a nice reversal. Okay. So what's happening now? Can you guys see SHC? I think I've got Firefox up and running also, but I'm trying, I think I'm back in Chrome, but I'm very confused. You should see AMRN. So I don't think having Firefox up and running did anything, Sebastian. You too, Trev. I guess you made some money on that BCAB. All right, guys. I'm not sure what the status is right now. Can you see ALVO on my screen? I'm now putting back up SHC on my screen. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, in YouTube. You guys are not affected by this. Oh, I had and now okay, now I unmuted. All right, it's all good now? Okay, let me change. Just changed it to rain, RAIN. Is that what you see on the screen? No, black screen. Oh, you're right. Start screen. Oh man, I'm sorry. I've got so many things going on. I'm sorry, Sebastian. You're right. Okay, so now started the screen sharing. What do you guys see? Do you see rain? I know I'm talking about looking out your window. Do you see rain as my chart? Yes, no, yes, no. You should see BBBY now. Yeah, so there's still something, it's not working, Sebastian. Boy, be careful on your short there, JK, on the SHC. This thing still looks like it wants to run. Okay, I just put a Discord link in. I have that up and running also. So if you want to head over there, you can till we get this solved. Or you can go to YouTube. Yeah, no kidding. SHC pop. And this is just on a mission, guys. Well, let's take a look at a weekly chart again for SHC and check to see. I mean, what a move. 1716, so that's taken care of. 1746, it's right at 1746. If it takes that out, the next high is 1934. So it's right at that high of a few weeks, well, back in August, August earlier this year. If it takes that out, then the next high is 1934. Yeah, what symbol do you see though, William? Okay, well, so Bo, you seem to have had a black screen the whole time. Oh, it comes and goes. I see. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'll try to be very clear about the symbols I'm talking about that you cannot see. Okay, so SHC continues to just romp here, guys. This was the star on the long side today for sure. And if you could see my 10-day daily breakout, you would see it. I mean, at 9:44, the alert was at 15:56. And of course, now it's at 16. So it's a $2 move from that, from there. That's a huge move, 97. I mean, it's not a crazy high float, but it's certainly not a low float. 97 million in the float for SHC to move 100%. See, this is what I don't understand. Okay, that's what I thought. So they're not getting they're paying out $408 million. So Obviously, the two things at work here. Maybe the market was expecting they'd have to pay a lot more, and or okay, it's finally put behind them. It's like Tiva and their opioid cases. But I mean, they've had to pay $408 million and the stock's up 100%. But again, maybe before there were allegations of maybe having to pay billions. I don't know. I don't know anything about this company. I mean, I can read about them, but I don't know anything about them other than that. They must have a lot of money to be able to just dole out $400 million. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, that might be it. I mean, I had to read that press release twice. The second time, well, actually about four times, because I think the second time I read it, I thought, well, maybe they're getting the money. They're but no, obviously that's not the case. 7.7% of the float is short, but it has to be that maybe they thought that it was going to be a heck of a lot more in the settlement. Or here's another one that just ran from its breakout on the 15-minute chart from about 380 all the way up to 420, and I'm talking about ADCT. ADCT. Oh yeah, William. I'm on ADCT right now. It's not working. It is not working. At least before it seemed to be about a 5 second delay, which I suppose you could live with for a while, but rain is what you should see right now. Speaking of rain, I mean, this is boy, this is having a great run, guys. And rain is RAIN. Not a ton of volume, 351,000 shares, 14 times normal. Low float, 16 million in the float. But what a run it's been on from 2 weeks, 640 to 13 in 2 weeks. So you guys can at least see the message, right? Where it says the main room is having some issues. It's being worked on now. Okay, so that when you come in, you might say, well, but if you have a black screen, I guess you won't see that. Okay, so at least you see the message. Okay. Okay, went to DMTK. DMTK. And we take all this for granted, you know. I mean, we had this thing running for years, like with no problem. Boy, but the minute you have a problem like this, it's a real headache. Anyway, guys, we'll just I'm sure Sebastian will get to the bottom of it. Yes, Sebastian, I see you're in there. Tiva guys, Tiva again, one of these settlement cases, not quite as dramatic as SHC, but they had it yesterday. Opioid got as high as what, 1120 yesterday, 1124. So still kind of hanging around that area. Ah, um, sure. Okay, Sebastian. Yeah. So lunch for me is going to be in about 40 minutes. Okay, sure. We can try that. That's when I take a break in the room anyway. So from between 12 and 1. So that's probably a good time to check it out. Whatever you think might happen, might work. Guys, G-Sun, man, another one I missed. I mean, look at this G-Sun. Again, I can't show it to you, I guess, on where the alert happened, 1028, 244, and it got up to 276, another one of these China education stocks. Ooh, this 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. I mean, it only gives you a few alerts a day, but some of them are just really stellar. All right. How are the rest of them doing? How is TAL doing, for instance? TAL? Are they all running again? Not like GSUN. TAL is really choppy. Stella. The side alerts window and this window are always working. Make a note in the alerts window for anyone with a black screen in the alerts window. I'm not sure I know what you mean. If you're talking about, yeah, if you're talking about in this room itself, yeah, the problem is I can put a post in there, of course, and what I'll do is that when I take my break, I'll put a post in there, but I don't think there are too many people with just a black screen. Well, here's another one, guys. I'm gonna have to pay way more attention. Look at this, FGen talked about this one a little while ago. The alert was at 2052, it's now 21 and moving. So those of you who can go to my homepage and check out my scan section. So some of you will be able to see what I'm doing. So but for those who can't see exactly my screen, but some can, I know in the other two rooms, but if you click on my homepage link and then find the scan section, scroll down till you see the scan section, click on the scan section, and I would take a look at that 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, okay? For sure. Doesn't give very many alerts every day, but boy, some of them are just really, really good. We've had 3 long alerts, GSUN, GSUN at 244. And it got up to what, 285. I just mentioned the FGEN. The alert was at all times Eastern, of course. The alert was at 1023 and the price was 2052. It is now 2112. And of course, the star SHC, the alert was at 944 and it was at 1556 was the price. So it's almost over a $2 move there. Those are on the long side. The short side had well, 2 good ones anyway. The BCAB was awesome. BCAB alert at 460 and it got down to 353. I mean, that's probably the best one because on a percentage basis, moving from 460 to 353, that's a huge percentage move. And meanwhile, Bed Bath & Beyond is starting to get back to where it belongs. No shorts available for me. It broke down through the VWAP also, but no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. So those of you, I see there are about 30 people or so in our Discord room. How do you find the screen resolution and the audio? Maybe you could put that in the general market talk. Continues to rain here, guys. Rain is just marching up higher. Thank you, Scott and Seven. Okay. Keep an eye on Ironwood, IRWD. Couple of things. It's right into the 200-day moving average, which is 1154. So I'm talking about IRWD. Prices right now around 1151. Uh, sort of a red bar ignored, not quite on the 15-minute chart. Holding the VWAP though. The VWAP is 1137 and it's holding the VWAP. If it gets through that 200-day moving average of 1154, it could have some kind of a run in it. Yesterday, and it's got some room to run. 1250 is the high from yesterday, I think. 1242 actually. So I had a big down day yesterday, trying to recover. Now, the other thing that could happen, of course, is that it gets stalled right at that 200-day and then moves back down again. So just an idea. IRWD. Yeah, GSUN making another new high, guys. GSUN, GSUN. There's any specific news about it? I don't think there is any specific news. Yeah, the problem with the rain right now is the spread 1351, 1374. Our Halts resume scanner has not gone crazy today. Well, Coinbase certainly has had not a bad run when it was it was at its all-time low. It's had about a $10 run from 2 days ago. Coin, COIN, of course. Got as low as 31.31 and today got up to 42.55. That's only in 2 days. ELYS, yeah, that's why I saw this in the pre-market. I thought about talking about it, but it was, of course, it was under a dollar, right at the 200-day moving average. There was another one though. There was another one that I saw in the pre-market that was, I think, under even 50 cents. But yeah, here's ELYS, 22 million in the float. Partners with U.S. Integrity for North America expansion. Okay. The cheap one for you guys. This is maybe the one I saw in the pre-market. No, no, it was another one. But GREE, another really cheap one, under $1. Well, here's another one, guys. AGL. I'm looking left. I think the next high, yeah, 1835 is the next high looking left. 1835, AGL. Price is 1832 right now. If it can somehow take that out, maybe not. Okay, 1888 looks like the next high, so it's not. Hmm. WBD with the 21 price target by Goldman. Okay. Now, PARA, isn't that the one that Buffett put a lot in? For the streaming service? Didn't Buffett put a lot in? So a couple of streaming services. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think it was Buffett on PARA. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on this 10X. The reason is that they did the reverse split last week, TENX, and I think that is not still reflected. That float is still not reflected in the reverse split. Okay, so, and have they come up with any news? No news. But some volume came in, TENX. Oh, I wish STEM had some more room. Look at STEM on the move here. STEM, but again, I look left and 935 is the next high. So I think that it's going to block me from taking it. Yeah. Okay. Great. JK. So yeah, Buffett owns 91 million shares, 15% of Para. Oh my goodness. See, there's a case where the spread didn't matter, right? Look at rain now. Oh my gosh. I looked at the spread. We were talking about this in the 13 level. Now it's at 14 something or other. The spread, in this particular case just didn't really matter. And I'm talking rain, RAIN. Hey guys, STEM. Again, I wish this weren't here, this 935, but the way some of these things are moving, they're not really being blocked by the next high looking left as much. If it's just one day. And okay, I see. So I have a price target of $15 for STEM put on by Morgan Stanley. So I guess that's the reason for its move today. Hey guys, STEM is yeah, it's moving. Again, the next high is 935. If it can get through that, I mean, it has a shot to the 10 level, I guess. Ah, well, that's why. My fault. Sorry about that, Steph. I was muted. I had myself muted. I'm sorry. I had my mic muted. So yeah, so I don't know if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about the don't repeat function, okay? So uh, not exactly. So you're not talking about the don't repeat function. In other words, that'll show you the very first time you had the alert, the time and the price. So what do you mean then? I don't understand. Is there a way slash formula to share the price of the first alert for a stock? You've got me bamboozled on that one. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Share the price of the first alert for a stock. Maybe you can explain a little bit more detail or something, because I'm not sure I know what you mean. Okay, let's see. Well, that's why but that is exactly the reason why I use the don't repeat and side by side. You can't see my screen though, can you? I mean, can you not see? Surprised you can't see. I like what I'm doing is I'm putting in my 10-day daily breakout. Oh, okay. So you can see it on Discord, then this is exactly what I do. Here is SHC. The very first alert was at 9:44, 15:56. Now, if you're looking at the actual percentage, but what'll happen is, this is why I like to have them side by side. I'll see SHC as it keeps making new high over new high, new high. Now, if you're asking, okay, here it was at 15:56, what is the now percentage move? What does 1771 mean compared to 15:56? Or this high up here, wherever it got up to, as it was moving 1779, 1556 from, yeah, I don't know how we can do that. I mean, maybe a custom formula, maybe. I mean, this is because this is not the open. I mean, obviously we have a way, change from the opening print of the day, but now you're talking about, the change from the opening alert. I don't think there's a way to do that. Yeah, because I don't know how we can reference that first alert and compare it to that one on a percentage basis. I never thought about, even trying to do that. Now we have current price. I mean, I'm trying to think of a custom formula. I mean, so we do have current price, but I just don't see how we can reference the first alert because the first alert, in any scan could be all over the place. I don't think there's any, and it could happen at any time, right? That could happen at any time, that all the filters are met, and sure, you'll get their first real-time alert, but that could happen at any time. So I don't see how we can reference that globally. STEM guys, Meanwhile, oh, well done, Zach or Zach Dak, the Ryam. So the Ryam now is really, really taking a header. So again, but you know what, Steph? I mean, I would try to do it the way I do it. I mean, I mean, yeah, you may not get the percent, but you can kind of visually see, you know, if you're watching me on Discord, I mean, there's Ryan, there was the alert at 678, and you're going to see it over and over and over again right here. So yeah, maybe you don't have the actual what that percentage move is from 678 to 629, but boy, I mean, that's why I do this, and I like to put them side by side. I've been doing this sort of thing for years. And Pepe has the final word on it. All right, guys, 11:51. So I am just going to make sure it is Michael in our YouTube room. STEM guys, big test right now at that 9:35 mark. Remember, we looked left, and that was the next high, I believe. 9:35 is right up here. No, 9:35. Yeah, right there. 9:35. The next test. MMV William. You're so right at the VWAP, 272. It's right at the VWAP. All right, just confirmed it'll be Michael in our YouTube room, taking over for me between 12 and 1. Okay, STEM guys, right at that critical level, 9:35. Do I own Bitcoin, JK? No, I do not own Bitcoin. I have never owned Bitcoin. Only thing I've ever done with Bitcoin is trade Mara and Riot and things like that, but I've never Ethereum, Bitcoin, anything. Nope, never owned it. It's possible, Pepe, but with all the stuff that's going on right now, I mean, unless it was a real quick one to do. It's the first time in all the years I've been doing this that anybody has asked me that. All right, guys, I'm going to put or I'm going to put the YouTube link in here, and then I'm going to hopefully Sebastian and I can, or he can help me figure out what's going on. So Michael will be there shortly. And I'll also add this on a break. All right, guys, just waiting for Michael to show up. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself in the main room and in Discord. Just going to wait for Michael to show up.
Hello, Barry. Hold on here. Hello?
I'm here, Michael. I just had to step away for a second. So,
No worries.
you, yeah,
Mine
I've
was
got to. We're having problems in the main room. So, Sebastian, the developer, I'm going to be talking with him right now. So, if you can take over Toronto, that'd be great.
absolutely.
Let's see, you've got it going. Okay, so I'll mute my screen. Are you good to go to 1 or do you have to leave earlier?
I have a call kind of right at 1, so if it was just
Okay,
like a minute or 2, that'd be
sure.
great.
I'll try to be here like 5 2 or something. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye.
Cool. Okay, everybody. Let's just move. Does that? Let's do that. Just make sure everything's filled in there. All right, everyone. So, again, as always, I'll give the rant. If you're new here, what we do is open up the chat to some live Q&A where we just kind of talk about trading and the markets or, um, whatever is going on at the time. The point of the stream, however, is live Q&A when it comes to learning about trade ideas and how to use the software, what you can do with it, that kind of stuff. So we generally don't have anything prepared just because we are waiting for questions to come in. So please ask question as much as you can see. If you have a question, someone else might. And also, if you have a question, one of the best ways to get that resolved is to be able to see the screen live in real time so that you can kind of see what's going on um, instead of keeping the question to yourself. So, can I do an update on some trades? Sure, certainly. Um, so one was HLX. I remember this guy. I believe it was right in. Wait, so when would last Tuesday have been? The 3rd. Just so I can get a picture of what it kind of looked like. Yeah, so would have been like that last I talked about it. And it's just a nice looking every week. I forget to load up my Epic pen here. So let me do that. Yeah, so 750 makes sense. Because basically what I was just seeing here, this was from TI Strength, which is where a lot. If I wanted to make my life real simple, it'd probably be where all the symbols came from. But it's basically just a classic, William O'Neill style cup and handles. And I always recommend, although it's, I don't like the name of the book, but it's a great book, and I always recommend traders look at it. Was How to Make Money in Stocks by William O'Neill. Dude's just an absolute champion when he was trading. He's the founder of Investors Business Daily and Market Smith and all this stuff, and just a legendary investor. And he kind of coined this kind of cup and handle type of scan or pattern, which is just basically a lot of people think of it as a reversal play, but it's not, right? You're looking for something that's in an uptrend, puts in a little bit of a base, and then kind of comes back up to that prior high, and then starts to flag. The idea being that anyone who wanted to sell, had tons and tons of time in through here, and now it's kind of butting back at highs. So it was a very typical kind of play. And again, it comes from TI Strength, and this is an algorithm that we built for swing trading. It ended up beating the market by 30% last year, netted like a 6% return, which isn't something that you normally brag about when the market's down 20 some odd percent. You're generally pretty happy that you can make that. So basically, and that's just if you kind of blindly followed an algo and did nothing else, but just proves that these individual names have a statistical advantage to outperform the market over a period of time. So it's a good list just to grab any of your plays and do your normal technical analysis. So what I wanted to see was just kind of a close above this kind of area right here. So yeah, around 450, give or take. I always give like really broad numbers because I kind of want to see what happens. So I actually entered, I believe, on this day right here because it finally closed above these prior highs, right? And that's what I was looking for. It hit that high and then sold off, and then it hit that high again and then sold off. So I wanted to see a close above there. And right, it on this day, I'll delete these. On this day, it hit that high again and then sold off. So I wanted to see a close. And that's another kind of old school chartist, technician thing, right? Charles Dow taught us that many, many years ago, that the closing price, especially for swing trading, is the most important price, right? Even for day trading, right? You want to see a candle close before you're really, if you're doing any kind of candlestick analysis. So when it closed up there, that's where I bought it. And, it's up a little bit there. So, if we close kind of back into this range, I'll probably get out. So my risk is very, very tight, as it always is on trades. And the idea is, can this thing break out into new highs and kind of keep going? So, right, it had moved from 4 into 7, so it almost doubled in through here. So if you got that move again, you'd certainly be a happy camper with that little bit of risk. And then what was the other one? TWI. But yeah, so TWI, I'm about even on. This was another TI strength play, so it came through that thing. Just kind of like the look of, nice strong. So anytime you look at this chart down here, the black line is whatever stock I'm looking at up here, and then the pink or purple line, I never know what color to call that, is the S&P 500. So right, so everything I'm looking at, you'll see, is outperforming the S&P 500, usually in the long term, but at the very least in like the last month or two, because that's my trading philosophy. Is I want the stuff that's outperforming the market and stuff that's not underperforming the market. So then TWI had some kind of news or something right here that kind of sparked it, and then was just basing sideways. So I wanted to see again a close outside of that base. So I bought that 2 days ago right here. Again, if we close back kind of in the middle of this base, it's going to be time to move on to something else. So yeah, I'm just in there. I'd probably get out actually below these lows now that we've got 2 days there. But just looking for continuation right there, right? So, oh, there you go. So the book is actually just written, Edgar, right below you there. So just you can check that out. But yeah, it's a classic. It's a staple. The guy's very well known. I believe he's passed on, but very old school, very well known. Trader, investor, invented this whole kind of can slim method type thing. Will be the market explorer at some point. I need to figure out how, but at some point we'll have scanning for that cup and handle pattern, and then we'll build our own can slim system. But yeah, he was. Another thing you can do is you can Google can slim investing, and you get you'll get a lot of information about that there, right? So the what's TIS 2.0? Oh, just ignore anything you see in my taskbar. These are always just things I'm building. I can't even really show you right now because we're doing the conversion. But TI weakness was just basically something that I was trying that was the reverse of looking for the strongest stocks in the market, right? Look for the weakest stocks in the market and see what happens. And then TIS 2.0 is just something I'm always playing with. It's TI strength is probably like the culmination of the everything I've kind of learned in my swing trading / investing kind of career, right? So this is kind of my magnum opus. It's a combination of just, so I'm always looking to tweak it and improve it and make it even better. And so I'm always playing, but That's all just stuff that you guys can't play with. So I usually do a pretty good job closing all that down before I go live, but things were fairly busy. But yeah, so that's looking at those stocks. And yeah, I see the comment about HLX is kind of a um the that was a little mini handle. But again, I personally uh, don't subscribe to the, I guess, kind of the spirit of, no, I guess the other way around. So I subscribe to the spirit of technical patterns and not necessarily um the actual, like some people say a cup and handle has to be this many weeks down to the cup. It has to be, the handle has to be this many days or weeks long. For me, when it comes to a technical pattern, the idea is just to understand the psychology, for lack of a better term, beside the move, right? So it's like, is this a bear flag or bull flag? Yeah, kind of. But it's kind of like when you went to school and right, they always said it's not important that you understand how to just memorize stuff, right? It's always important that you understand the idea behind it. It's why in the age of calculator they still teach you your times tables. But right, so I look at that and I say, okay, well, you know, I don't care if, maybe the flag is too short or too long, but what is it that I'm looking for, right? And a bull flag is simply a trend continuation play, right? You're looking for something that's in an uptrend and then has some sort of sideways consolidation. Like sometimes I'll post stuff on Twitter and I'll say, "Oh, this is a nice bull flag," and someone will say, "No, that's technically a pennant," or all of these things. And I'm like, I don't care, right? It is a move up and then some sort of sideways consolidation, right? So yeah, you're right. This technically isn't that long of a handle, but it's the same premise, right? We have a big, kind of rounded bottom, and then again, you could look at that and say that's probably not the most perfect rounded bottom. But the point is, the move has happened, and then you've had some digestion of that, right? So some sort of pullback, and then some sort of consolidation when you've reached this high again. So if you think about it and you say, okay, well, what would the psychology of that pattern mean? Like, why would we care about that? It's basically you're just looking for when it when a stock pushes up like that, right? If you're in something and you've bought this thing at 4 and it's kind of pushed up to 7, I would hope that you would be in at least partial profit taking mode, right? You're in kind of a mode where you're like, okay, it's time to lock in a few bucks. It's time to take a little bit off the table. And that's generally speaking what the market will look at. So what you want to see is you want to see that it being a nice, slow, controlled kind of grind down. Basically meaning that it's, anytime you get a spike up like that and then it just kind of reverses, well, that is probably just a dead stock. So you kind of want to see a nice controlled move down and then some sort of accumulation at a bottom and then a little bit of an uptrend back up, just to say, hey, on the way down, because if you have a big pop up, and think of the meme stocks, right? You had a big pop up and then a tank. It means there's really no underlying bid to that, right? It's just people were riding the wave. When the wave stopped, it just fell on a cliff, right? But here you see a little bit more of accumulation on the way down. So somebody or entities or group of entities are buying this stock as it's moving lower. And then there's an accumulation phase at the bottom, and then there's a little bit of an uptrend, just saying, okay, now the buyers have overwhelmed the sellers. But then when you get back to this high, there's a whole bunch of psychological stuff that goes on, right? This is why support and resistance works, right? So when you get back to this area, you have everybody who either bought up here or didn't sell up here and saw this thing pull back from 7 to 6. They may consider looking to get out, and they may say, okay, well, I missed the top before, but we're back up there now. Maybe it's time to sell. That will create some downward pressure, and also some people who are just shorting in front of this room will create some downward pressure as well. So what you want to see, and why the handle of the cup and handle is so important, is that if this thing, came back up and then hit highs and then reversed, a lot of that initial move, well, that's saying that, the sellers that were up there were able to overpower all the buyers and push it down. So what you want is either, a very shallow pullback or kind of no pullback at all. And then as it breaks out, you say, okay, well, it's had a chance to digest all the demand up here and it's made its way through the demand up there and now it's pushing higher. So that's kind of the premise behind that pattern. I always like to think of, right, this is why I always use the bull flag, because it's always the simplest, right? Big strong push up, and then you have some sort of consolidation, just basically meaning that the profit takers are pushing it down a bit, and then you have some buyers come in and push it up. Then you have a little bit of profit taking that are pushing it down a bit, and then you got buyers. So you have a push up and then just some digestion of that overhead supply. And again, you don't want to see it reverse, because that means that everybody is just running for the door. You only want to see some people run for the door, and then you want people kind of enthused to buy on these pullbacks and say, "Oh, great, this is a good stock and it's pulling back." So that when it breaks out, then you have again that hopefully all of the sellers have been digested, and you can have another leg higher. So. Cup and handle, says William O'Neill, wants the volume. Yeah, I don't, you can see I don't have volume on the charts. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I just find that maybe this is just me doing it for a long time and being an old man, but I didn't even need to bring up this volume chart to know that this was a high volume area and that this was a lower volume area. Right. And I could do this, like we could run this test, but I know this would be a high volume area and this would be a low volume area. Eventually, you can just kind of look based off of the candles. Generally speaking, it is incredibly rare to have a high volume move, but not a big stock move, right? And vice versa. Right? You're not going to have a really big stock move and a low volume move. So I've just never found any value myself. And as you can tell, my charts are pretty clean. I usually like to keep them as clean as possible, right? So love the pattern talk. That was great. Psych of the pattern, just awesome. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's really important, and that's something I see a lot of new traders fall into the trap of. Is this that pattern? Is it this pattern? Is it that pattern? For me, it's more of it's like storytelling. It's what is the chart saying? Are the buyers more aggressive than the sellers and all that kind of stuff? And then once you have that, and patterns help with that, then once you have that, you can just kind of place trade based off of what it is you see. When you say closing above highs, you mean daily or 15 minutes? Depends on what your trading plan says, right? If I'm looking to swing trade and hold things for days or weeks, I want to see a daily close. If you're just trying to hold things for a couple days or a couple hours, then probably a 15-minute close, right? But it's going to be adaptive to your trading, pattern and style, right? How long you hold is going to be a big proponent of what length of candlesticks you want to look at. Unless you're 70-year-old or you're not an old man. I'm 35, but I definitely feel like an old man sometimes. Yep, no worry, Peters. Yeah, everything's going to be adapt. That's one of the benefit of candlestick analysis and chart analysis, is that it should be adaptive based off your time frame. If you are trading, you want to buy or sell something and be in and out of it in a matter of minutes, then the time frames you look at and all that kind of stuff are going to be lower than someone who's trying to swing trade stuff. And even when it comes to, I see a lot of traders veil either buying or holding shitty stocks for a long period of time because they kind of put that under the veil of quote unquote investing, right? They say, oh, I'm investing, so it's okay that I'm holding the stock that is, 30 some odd percent against me or 50% against me or whatever. For me, it just, if I'm looking for a very long term hold, things just then zoom out a little bit further, right? And they just become like weekly charts or monthly charts. So for me, it's kind of all the same, right? There's the very standard and classic 10-month moving average strategy that has beaten the market, for years and years and years. For those who don't know, this is just kind of a very simple and classic strategy that there's a lot of people out there that actually utilize with their long-term investing. And it's just exit the market on a close below the 10-month moving average and then enter on a close above the 10-month moving average. And if you chart out the historical performance of this thing, it actually works out phenomenally, right? Because what you end up doing is getting out for long periods of time, which kind of the market's being a bit of a jerk, and then you're generally back in for the actual up move, right? So doing that last year would have gotten you out in February. Maybe you got back in here. I probably would have waited, but anyway, you avoided all of this nonsense, and then if a month closes above that, you get back in. And if you go back, we only go back 2010, but it kept you out of the 2008 nonsense. It kept you out of the 2001 nonsense. Again, very simple. And I've seen people use it on the weekly chart as well as a 10-week moving average strategy. But yeah, so for me, it's just time frame, right? And then I do some day trading in which I look at 5-minute charts, and that's going to be different again, right? But it's all the same concepts, right? Who's in control, is it the buyers or the sellers, and where did they take control, and kind of all that kind of stuff, right? I used to be focused on 80% fundamentals, use the 80-20 rule. Now it's 80% on TA. Yeah. Freeing up a lot of time, not listen to the speculator. The truth is in the charts. 100%. Like I actually did a write-up for the CMT. So I'm a chartered market technician, and I do a little bit of stuff for the CMT Association. And one of the things that I did was a write-up of the TI strength model and how it performed in different turbulent markets. And the point of it was not, to brag about its performance, but it was how it was able to adapt to different kind of crazy markets without needing to understand the news, right? Without needing to understand the fundamentals behind it, right? So in this kind of area, I don't know why that did that, but in this area, it was in a lot of stuff that did well against interest rates. So I don't know if you remember this, 2018, we had a bit of a bear market. In 2019, we had a bit of a bear market. And a lot of that just had to do with that was the first time JPOW was starting to try to increase rates. And him and Trump got in a fight. And then there was like a trade war. And there was all these kind of stuff. But if you looked at I did a pie chart of the holdings of TI Strength at the time. And it was a lot of stuff that did well in rising interest rate environments, which has a lot to do with, short dated securities, they call them, right? So things that pay you right now as opposed to things that pay you in the future, right? So things that pay you right now, think of utilities and dividend stocks and things like that, as opposed to things that pay you in the future. Think of biotechs and tech names like unprofitable tech companies that maybe become profitable in the future, that kind of stuff. And then, during the 2020 collapse, it held a lot of things like Zoom. It held a lot of things like drug companies, a lot of this stuff. And again, this is just a price-based algorithm. There is no fundamental data in TI strength at all. But you don't need to know, as you said, the truth's in the chart. So when the market was just kind of falling apart and stocks like Zoom weren't falling apart, it was buying stuff like that. And again, it has no idea why. I think that's a very human thing where we try to figure out why as opposed to just looking at what is. And then basically for a lot of this year, it's been in energy names. Anyone who's been watching it all this year, it's been in a lot of energy names. It's been in things like wheat and things like that. A lot of groceries and a lot of like really kind of boring boomer stocks, I guess the kids are calling them nowadays. Like it had a lot of energy and banks and things like that. And that's how it was able to eke out a positive performance, even though this was kind of like the worst or one of the worst markets since I think 2020 or 1920. Just by, again, switching. And again, doesn't know what's going on in any of these environments. It's just saying, well, what's strong right now? When the market sells off, what are they, quote unquote, not selling? When the market is rallying, what are the kind of large institutions and things putting stuff into? Right. So if we just take a look at some of them today, we have a pharmaceutical company leading at number one. We have commercial bank. We have a lot of retail names I've been noticing popping up, right? So both Five and Urban are retail names. And then we do have a lot of biotechs and therapeutics and that kind of stuff, right? Battery manufacturers. So sometimes I'm not really seeing a theme now, but sometimes you'll notice a lot of themes. Like Rambus, I know, was the biggest one in there yesterday. And it was because there was some kind of move in the semiconductors. So if we take a look at the SPY and just compare, let's do that again. Just look and just kind of eyeball how close we are to this low. And then if we do semiconductors or SMH, you can see how much higher, just on a relative basis, we are above how higher that low is. And the fact that we kind of gapped up. So if you just look at yesterday's candle, so let's do that exercise again. So yesterday's candle gapped up and held the gap pretty well. And then if you go look at the SPY, right, yesterday's candle gapped up and then closed the gap. So there was some strength in semis. So again, I don't know why, but it just made me start to look at some of these names. So like Rambus is one that I have, or Rambus is one that I have on the list. Right, where we've got this big gap up, and then we have these kind of two candles like this. If we can get and close above these candles, maybe tomorrow or the next day, then I'm interested. If we kind of fall back down and go near these lows, it'll be time to get out. But having an algorithm like this just makes my life easier. Right? I'm not just gonna blindly take whatever it says, because that's not really the way I operate. But it just means that I know, I'm like, okay, everything on this list has some sort of advantage above and beyond the market. So I can just focus on this list, and after running the back tests and watching it live for a long time, I can just look at it and say, okay, well, let's take something like this and let's apply some some basic kind of technical analysis and all that kind of stuff to it to try to get a little bit of an outsized return. Like, so cat, I do actually own some Caterpillar because this one's been on here for a while. I own it somewhere in this area. Had a good day yesterday. No, that would have been Friday, and then just 2 little inside days there. But yeah, so if you're struggling as a swing trader, or if you're interested, there's the HLX, and that's good. That's breaking out there. So we're up pretty good on that one. 3.5% today. So right, you're not going to get, for the people who want to trade like the crazy fast, low flow, insane stuff, you're not going to get that with this, right? It's not the vehicle for that. It's not what it's meant to do either. Though the point of it is just to say, hey, if you continuously invest in strong stuff, your returns are pretty good and pretty consistent, right? And sometimes I'm still in some of this 9. Sometimes you just get a guy like this. This was great. Came from TI Strength. So long a little bit here with a stop here, out a little bit in through here. And then I've just got a little bit left just to see if this is going to make another run at highs. But, and then there's the people out there that are trying to, other one, BBBY. Right, the people who've been trying to buy the dip on the meme stocks, right, for the last 2 years and just getting murdered, right? And now they're saying Bed Bath & Beyond's probably going to go bankrupt, I guess is the latest thing the CEO came out and said. It is a much more peaceful life. I made a tweet yesterday that actually got a bit of traction. People like that. That if for no other reason than your own mental sanity, consider trading in a very systematic way. If there's again, for no other reason than it makes me way more sane to trade in a systematic way, as opposed to the people who will go to message boards or whatever, because eventually you're just going to find a bunch of confirmation bias, and you're just going to kind of live in that confirmation bias world. But when you develop a system in which to trade, now it doesn't have to be a fully systematic, right, black box kind of a thing. But once you sit down every day and you say, hey, I'm going to do this and this and this, I know what I'm going to do every day. It'll make your trading, and it'll make your life way simpler. For me, I know I'm going to scan through TI Strength and then a couple other Market Explorer scans that I like, that all look for the same thing, which is some stock that's outperforming the market that had a big push up and then some type of consolidation. And I'm going to look to buy that consolidation as it moves higher. Then that's great. And I know I'm going to be wrong half the time. And I'm just 100% okay with that. Right there. I just know that to be true. That's another thing that will make your trading a lot easier when you finally stop looking for the the holy grail or the secret that's going to make you right 80, 90, whatever percent of the time, and you just realize, okay, you're going to be wrong on half of all your trades. It gives you the ability to sit down and go, okay, I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to continue to do my plan. Some days are going to be red, some days are going to be green. But every now and then I'm going to get, Kaba was another one. This thing's just amazing. I still hold some of this, but you can see just the little drawing that I did here, just insanely strong stock, right? Pushed higher, put in a bunch of consolidation. I bought some as it closed outside that consolidation with a stop kind of halfway through it. And right, this thing's over doubled, I think. Now, I'd love to say that I held the whole thing, but right, I'm selling parts kind of all the way up, and I have a little tiny bit left. But you only need one of those every few months, and then at the end of the year, it kind of adds up to a nice little percentage gain on your portfolio. For me, technical analysis seems to be the most important things. Fundamentals seem to be less connected to price in the last 12 decades. Yeah. And see, I don't know enough to know if that's true, right? Fundamentals being connected or disconnected from price. All I know is I don't need to know that. And uh for my trading style, for the time frame I look at is the best way to put it. I don't know anybody who's done super well or is super wealthy based off of fundamental analysis. Right now, there are hybrid people, and there's people out there who, which I'm totally cool with. I think that's a totally fine approach, where what they'll do is they'll maybe build a list of stocks based off fundamental data. But I always just think, coming back to the chart for entry and exit has kind of has to be your move, if you're short term mind frame at all. And it's a lot of how hedge funds. So I worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years, and a lot of hedge funds are kind of split, in which the fundamental guys will come up with the ideas and they'll come up with I want to look at this stock because, I think their revenues are going to grow, and whatever fundamental reason they come up with is, oh, I think this is an emerging industry and they're the leader of the industry or something like that. Um, but then they'll shoot that over to their execution trader or their technician and say, okay, so you figure out when it would make sense to pull the trigger on this position and when it would make sense to cut it if we're wrong, things like that. So then the execution trader will do their best to limit risk and give a potential upside to the fundamental idea. So if you are a fundamental person, it's not like what I'm saying what you're doing is crazy. It's just make sure both things agree. Like there's a lot of people out there who uh, were long gold from this kind of area because they said, hey, we're going to get massive inflation. It's like, okay, well, you can see during our massive inflation, we started to tank. And as soon as inflation kind of hit a bottom, that's when that's when gold started to rise again. So there's nothing wrong with having that idea, but then at the same time, using a simple chart to say, okay, my idea still may be correct, but this just isn't the trade to express that idea. To me, that kind of makes the most sense. So like I'm long a bunch of gold. I think I've mentioned before from kind of in here. And that's just because we undercut this low. And if you go back on the chart, this low is very important. And we spent some time below it. So then when we broke above it and we pulled back and made this higher low, that's when I started to buy a bunch of gold. And then it's been trending ever since. And as soon as that trend stops, it'll be time to exit. Right. And again, I'm showing you a lot of winners and kind of stuff like that, but uh there's again 50% of my trades are losers. Just losers are very simple, right? If I have a stock like this, it's a bull flag, and I buy it and it breaks out and then it comes back down and back into the range, I just get back out, right? These losers are just boring. But half of all trades, losers should be boring, right? Yeah, AUY is the trade of the week, which is a gold name. And then AGI was a TI strength alert play on this day right here. Now, unfortunately, he gapped up. So if you just followed the system verbatim, you would miss it. And when I run the performance on it, this one won't show up on as a winner. But I bought some, as soon as it closed above this area, I picked some up. So I do have some AGI as well. I think I actually took out a chunk the very next day because you had to run like that. But yeah, and same with AUY, which is the TI trade of the week, is a gold play, right? It's same kind of thing. It's a nice kind of base here after a big strong move, and we broke out of that. So, if this little base breaks up as well, that could be a good continuation, right? How do I set up this one from this lower left corner? So you mean this chart right here, my compare chart, Pete? Yeah. Okay, so this, for people who don't know, I love this. This is a recent addition that I got Trade Ideas to add in, and it's basically comparing the black line, as I mentioned, is always what I'm looking at up here. It's just linked. You can see I have this little. All of these have little pink boxes, so it means they're linked to everything inside this doc. So the black line is always what I'm looking at here, and then the purple or pink line is the S&P 500. And again, what I'm looking for is I'm just comparing the two symbols, right? I'm saying, okay, AGI for a while here has been outperforming the market, right? So, we've had this little push down in the market, and AUI is pushing higher, and that's the main reason. Now, you can add more than one symbol, but what you do is you open up a chart. So just start with a standard kind of blank chart linked to whatever it is that you want to link it to. Right click on that chart and go to select chart style right here. So I'll leave that for a second, just kind of in the middle, just select chart style. And this opens up. So here's the settings that I have, and I can share this chart as well, right? But it has to be aligned. If not, it will just force you to a line chart just because the way the kind of percentage comparison works. But it'll force you to a line chart. So I just pick a line chart anyway. And then color, I just go, you could do open versus close, but I don't know. I think that looks a little weird. So I just do one color, pick whatever color you want. And then this slider is how thick you want that line. So I just have it somewhere in the middle. And then when you have your main line chart set up, you just go over to comparisons, which is the third tab over there. And then you're presented with these options. So first thing you do is in compare type down here, just select percentage and then figure out the length of your line, right? There's price and percentage. Price will just actually compare the price movement of the two securities, which again, some people may like. I'm just not that big of a fan of. Percentage will compare the percentage moves, which I think are a little bit more representative of it. And then again, this slider will change the thickness of that line. So I don't know, I make them match because it makes it look better. And then from there, you just put in what symbols you want to compare it to. So I have the S&P 500. You can, if you're someone who trades, like exclusively tech names, maybe you put in the Qs. You could put in a handful of symbols if you want. You can have up to 5 plus the main symbol. So you can have up to 6. For me, I want to compare this to the market. And then just click OK, and it should light up. So some things just to know about this right away is that as you scroll the chart, it's going to continuously anchor the chart. So right now, it will always show you right up here where it's anchored to. So right now it's showing data from 3/4/2021 to date, right? And that's where these percentage numbers are coming from and all of that. But as I zoom, you can see that thing changes, right? You can also click the anchor right here next to it, and I can click the anchor and I can just click on an area of the chart. So say I wanted to compare AUY from its high to the market. I can click on that. You can see it kind of puts the market there. And if I want to get rid of that, I just hit the trash can and it'll just go back to whatever the chart is. Lastly, if I just wanted to change this pink line on the fly, so say real quickly, I just wanted to go to, I wanted to look at AUY versus gold as opposed to the S&P 500. I didn't want to go through all the menus. I can actually just click where it says SPY and it brings up this list and I can just go in and type. So now I just clicked gold. So now it's changed. So now this purple line is GLD, which is the gold ETF, and that's comparing to AUY. So it's showing that AUY is comparing now to the gold index. So I can change that on the fly real quick if I want. So if I wanted to make that, I don't know why you do this, but USO for oil, I can say, oh, gold is now starting to outperform oil. So I hope that helps. If there's anything else you want, let me know. Can I talk about the smart stop? So the smart stop is a kind of algorithmically designed stop. It's primarily meant for. Okay, good, Pete. No problem. Yeah, the smart stop is just a little algorithm that we have that basically looks at how much the stock normally trades on a given day. We can turn that on. I usually have that off. As you can see, I like very clean charts, so I have pretty much everything turned off. But let's do this, and let's go into like a, I don't know, 15-minute chart or something to demonstrate. So what it's doing is it's going back on AUY because I have AUY open here, and it's saying how active is AUY? How much does it normally trade? What's its kind of normal range for the day? And then it's just adapting that for the stock. So if I go to 5, it's going to be different again. So what it's doing is basically just saying, this is how much the stock normally moves. The numbers, the 250 to 500, they come from, if you go to tools and options and then AI trade size, you can see I have based off $250 what I have put in there. You can also do options. You can do dollars per trade. So if I change that to put, $10,000 in a trade, then let's switch it to, you can see the numbers change based off the security. So it's basically just saying, okay, if you're interested in buying 5 right here, right? Say you're on the 15-minute chart and you're a day trader and you're like, okay, I like the bull flag that's going on here on 5. I want to buy that bull flag to push higher. It's saying, okay, if you're holding it for, planning on holding it for around the rest of the day or somewhat like that at all, you can just say, okay, well, this is kind of the volatility that you would expect for this stock today. So that might be an interesting place to put your stop loss. And then your profit target, you can't really see on the chart because it's a bit scrunched, but it's 2 times your risk, right? Which is a general idea of what you want to shoot for. So now, who's the smart stop designed for? It's essentially designed for newer traders or traders that are kind of struggling in the risk management department, which, as I mentioned before, risk management is everything, right? You will be wrong on near half of your trades from now until the end of time, right? It's just the way it works. The greatest traders in the world are wrong about 40% to 50% of the time, sometimes more. So risk management is key. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to give you a very visual kind of line in the sand when it comes to risk management, and just say, hey, right, if you're buying this thing, maybe if you're going to buy $10,000 worth, it's just going to help with the math and say, okay, if you're going to buy $10,000 worth and you're going to use this kind of algorithm design stock that says this is probably how much the stock is going to move in a day, you're going to risk $170. And so you kind of know that going into the trade, say, okay, I'm going to risk $170. Am I okay with that risk? Right? Is that risk something that I'm right? If it happens, I'm totally fine with it happening. And if I want to target 2 times my risk, you can go through and you can say, okay, well, where is that on the chart? And is that something that is logical and achievable, right? So that's up to 193. So it just helps, like, it's a little visual aid that kind of helps with that stuff, especially for traders, again, who are struggling with the risk management side, which I would say in a lot of cases is a lot of traders that are struggling with that side of things, right? The easy part of trading is, kind of identifying setups and learning chart patterns, or, I don't know, say you want to be a moving crossover guy, right? That's a pretty easy thing to do. You pick 2 moving averages. I know the 8 and the 20 are very common and talked about by real in the trading room, right? So, say you're going to be a moving average crossover person, right? And I know some traders do this and they like it and say, okay, I'm going to identify the trend. I'm going to buy moving average crossovers in that trend. That's the easy part, right? The hardest part is where do I get out? Right? That's always the hardest part is what's my risk management? What's the size of the position that I should take? How do I hold on to the runner? That kind of stuff. So that's what we're trying to help with there. The 5,200 Golden Cross, how would you know the performance on the trend change after it happens? The Golden Cross has a okay win rate. If you look at the market, I think it's like 55 or 60%. The Death Cross, the other way, has a horrible win rate. I think that's just because markets generally drift higher. We do have a scan for that in the Market Explorer. If you go select strategy, moving averages, and then crossover, we have Golden Cross on the daily and then Golden Cross on the 1 minute. Very soon we'll have certainly that expanded out to different time frames, but it's a good little guide, I would say. I don't think it's something that you should just kind of follow. I wouldn't follow it verbatim, because again, even if it is right 60% of the time, you have to know the other side of the equation, right? How much you make when you're right, how much you lose when you're wrong. What run of winners do you have? What run of losers do you have? That kind of thing. Do you have any recommendations on taking a trade if it goes past your entrance? Getting into the trade without chasing too much. You just have to have a hard rule, and you got to be okay with missing trades, right? So, you just have to. You just have to be okay with, hey, I am going to miss every day, every minute. There is some stock that's going crazy right now that if I had gotten in at a good price would have made me a bunch of money. Just right now, I know it's happening. And if it's not a stock, it's a crypto or a picture of a monkey or something. There is something out there that I could be trading that could be making me a lot of money right now. It just kind of becomes an old man trader thing, but you have to just understand that you're going to miss a lot of every day. Every single day that comes by, you're going to miss setups. And then it's going to happen every day from today until you retire from trading. You're missing stuff all the time. It's happening right now. So
And that's the beauty of trade ideas. Sorry, Michael.
Well, yes, we help
Because
reduce
that's the
it, but
beauty of trading. We can always find stuff.
well, exactly, right? And that's, that's again, it's kind of an old man, and I think you'll agree, Barry, is you just kind of internalize eventually that I missed that one. There'll be right
Yep.
tomorrow there'll be something, the next day there'll be something. The market's always going to be open, right? There will always be something that's happening. So what I always suggest is that when you sit down at the end of every day and you say, did I have a good day or a bad day? It shouldn't be based off your P&L. It should be based off of, did I have a plan and did I follow it? Great. Now maybe, if you're missing a whole bunch of trades, you come to these live Q&As, or you come hang out with Barry, and maybe you tweak your scans or something like that. But I see a lot of people come into support and they're always, hey, this stock had a really wicked move. How do I find that? And it's kind of a hard question to answer, because you just kind of want to say, you kind of don't, right? And you kind of shouldn't. If you spend all your day looking for the thing that's moving, you're going to miss the stuff that meets your plan or your style, right? So it's a balance between, how do I catch enough without going crazy trying to catch everything.
Yeah, no, it's I've been trading longer than you, Michael, but I mean, I remember the summers, especially in the summers. If you missed out on in the first, say, half an hour of maybe the two or three stocks that were moving, you're just going to sit in your hands all day long. Now, this is before I had trade ideas, but this is going back, a few years, because that was the nature of the market. Maybe two or three in the summer, on any given day, and that was it. It doesn't matter what the market's doing, up, down, sideways. I mean, our program, especially, not maybe the large cap stocks, but even there, but certainly the volatile stocks, you can always find them. You can always find, there's always something to do. So yeah, that's why I just don't get bent out of shape anymore by saying, man, I missed that one. I mean, every now and then I might vent some frustration, but there's always something happening, and that's what you just have to be. So as you say, you can't sort of dwell on the past and say, man, I missed that one and I'm now ticked off and I don't want to trade anymore today.
Yeah, because right, that there'll be something, right? It
There'll
might
be
not be
always
today,
something.
might not be tomorrow, but there'll be at some point, right? Every day there'll be something to get, right? And then again, if you're missing everything, well then, right, come hang out with us, and we'll help you tweak your scans and that kind of stuff. But if you're just missing, it's hard. And this is part of the problem with trading, is that a lot of people FOMO into stuff, right? Like pictures of monkeys and stuff like this, right? Because like, oh, I missed everything, so now I'm going to hop in, and that's often the top, right? So you have to make sure you're balancing that. But I'm going to take off a little bit early, play a little bit of hooky. I've
Yep.
got a
Yep.
meeting to get to, but I appreciate you coming back a few minutes early. Appreciate everyone in chat for hanging out and asking questions, and sure, I'll see you in the marketing meeting, Barry.
You will. Always fun. Okay, I'll add to the stream. There I am. I think I'm
There you go. All right,
okay.
talk to you later.
Bye. All right, guys, I'm back in all okay again. The screens are, you guys should be able to see everything I'm doing, and the charts are now updating as they're supposed to for you guys. Okay. Yeah, well, and to follow what Michael was saying, in our YouTube room, we get the question many times. I missed this stock. How could I find the next occurrence of that stock? Okay, and the answer is we can create a scan to find anything. Okay. The problem is that you create a scan because you could say, well, this is a scan I had and it didn't pick it up. And I could look at it, Michael, somebody could look at it and go, well, okay, you have to decrease the minimum volume. You have to decrease maybe the relative volume. You have to start decreasing things and then you'll pick it up. Great. The problem is that for now, though, you may get another 20 stocks that you don't want to see, and it's buried in the one that you do want to see, or the one that you want to see is buried. So there's always that, it's, you have to be prepared that you're going to miss some things. But I mean, look at my 10-day daily. Hope now you guys can see it. Look how many alerts I get. Okay, I get 4 on the 10-day daily breakout, 4 on the 10-day daily breakdown. And if I go back in time and take a look at them, I mean, some of them were sensational. Am I missing others on a 10-day daily breakout? Other stocks that have had a 10-day daily breakout? Yes. But look at the filters that I've got in place here. I mean, I've got this main one, relative volume of 8. I mean, that means this, stock has got to be trading really abnormally at the time when I get the alert. I could reduce this to 4 or 2. I'll have way many more alerts, but the quality will not be there. I don't want to get overwhelmed by alerts. And yes, I'll miss some. There's no question that I will miss some that did not show up in this, but was a 10-day daily breakout that could have, tacked on 2 or 300%. But I don't let it bother me at all. Steph, let me try to figure that out. Well, that's so the question there in the YouTube room. I have a hard time defining my zone to take the trade and where it would be chasing. Well, another thing you can do, of course, is practice trading, right? Just practice trading and seeing, you can use our simulator, but, I'm sure Michael said you have to have a trading plan. Okay. So your trading plan might be, here's TMDI as an example. There's the VWAP at 106. I'm just, using this as an example. Your trading plan could be, I will only take a trade if it pulls back to an area of the VWAP, and then I will watch to see what it does at the VWAP, and then if it bounces off, or if you're looking at a 5-minute chart, or I don't use 2-minute charts, but moves ahead above the price of the previous, say, 5-minute chart, I'll take it. That's a plan. You stick to it. You don't deviate. See how it works. Um, I, I will rarely chase. Okay. The only time I'll chase, and what I will call a chase, is and it's more of a gut, some crazy low float stock that has done it in the past. And so, yeah, maybe I'll take a few shares, just a few shares, and see if it does, see if it does anything like it did in the past. But typically, even though I'm a momentum trader, I mean, look what I did with look what I did with the stem as an example. So I saw this pop right up here, okay, and that's on the 15-minute chart. And I start watching it, and I watched the way it was trading over 9. I'm a big whole number guy. So, I saw stem, it got up to 9:15 and it closed at 9:12. It got up to 9:21 and it closed at 9:12 again. So on that third candle, and this is maybe my style, I said, I'm taking the trade. 9:12. And at the very worst, if I put a whole number stop on it, a 12-cent stop, can I make do I have a reasonable expectation of making 24 cents on that trade? Well, it just so happened that 24 cents was that 935 that I kept talking about. Okay, that was the high over here. So I said, I mean that's cutting it really fine. Okay, very, very fine. But I said, okay, I'll take the trade, and that's what it kind of got to a little bit above it, and after that it fell down. But you have to develop your own style. Yeah, I mean, you have to have. That's why I always like to point out the racing, which gives you which basically constructs a top 10 list for you, a watch list for you, just to concentrate on these stocks all day long. And so if I look at coin as an example, okay, so coin once. So look at this. There's an argument. Okay, two arguments. You might say again, if you want to play it on a pullback to the VWAP. There's the VWAP at 39.91. You stick a price alert down here. okay, at 39.91. And if it happens, if you get the alert, then you'll know. And then you can examine to see, okay, do I like the, is it holding the VWAP? Or when I got the alert, did it crash right through it? Things like that. But right here, for instance, you might look at this and go, this is basing not too badly. There's the high of the day at 41.12, but maybe a little, if you waited even for 40, put a price alert at 40. I mean, you're giving up 30 cents. I get it. But this stock also got up to 42.50 in the pre-market, or on the opening candle. So that could be a shot. I mean, it's really difficult, to figure out your own trading style. I'm not a pullback trader. I could never trade the way Michael trades, because I would find it too boring. And we kid each other. I'm wanting. I mean, his TI strengths are awesome. When you compare it to the SPY, but I'm looking for more than a 5 or 6% return. Because I'm in a room all day long. Whereas he doesn't have, as he's said many times, he doesn't have the patience to sit in front of a computer all day long. We're all wired so slightly differently. And I guess I do have the patience and I enjoy it. So I'm constantly looking at different types of things all day long. Mentioned this urine, urine, but EURN, EURN. I mentioned this one, and this is the one that got beaten up because of the Fro issue. Okay, Fro. I guess there was going to be a merger between these two companies, or something. Something was happening, and Fro called it off. So EURN dumped, and FRO soared today. But look what's happening. I mean, if it could take out 1360, because when you look left, I mean, look at all the room it's got. And there's the 200-day, so that's far enough away. So maybe it's having a bit of could have a bit of a climb here, if it takes out 1360. So you just stick a price alert there. I looked at rain. I mean, I looked at this one. Should I chase it? No, no, no. And I didn't chase it. Had I chased it, it would have worked out great, 13 all the way up to 1450. So the next time, though, I think, I'm just going to chase something. It could just collapse on me. So really requires a lot of discipline to not chase and try to wait for something to maybe pull back to the VWAP like this has. Maybe there's the VWAP at 1292. So look what it did. It kind of pulled back, and had you been watching this one early and said, "Man, I'd love to get in it, but I don't want to chase it." Well, let's put an alert at the VWAP and see if it gets back to that area at any point during the day. And if it does, the price alert will come up on my screen. I'll click on it, and then I'll see the chart, and then I can make up my mind. Do I want to do I still like it? Bouncing off the VWAP, or did it break right down through the VWAP? So maybe it becomes a short. But you can do that. I don't know if Rain was here, but you can basically do that with these, all the symbols that show up here. It's a top 10 list for you, a watch list for you. And you can just concentrate on these ones all day long instead of jumping around. Now, I mean, I have a little more, maybe, especially if you're starting out. Look at ACCD. You might look at this one and go, okay, could this be a short? Because look what's happening. 991 is the 200-day moving average. We all know that the 200-day moving average, probably one of the most universally watched indicators out there, even for people like myself who don't pay that much attention to a lot of indicators. But the 200-day moving average is so widely used. So watch it. Will it stall right there? And then, will that act as a huge resistance area? And maybe it comes right back down, as an example. Now, when we did the hard reset, guys, yeah, we lost a lot of subscribers or a lot of people in the room, unfortunately, but that was the only way to see if it was going to work. Remember this one from yesterday. This is really an interesting possibility for me. Now, this is a chase, okay? But the fact that it took out the whole number, so now I'm really going to watch it to see if it maybe pops up a little bit above the whole number again or hangs around this area. Because, Revenant's Revance had a tremendous day yesterday. I mean, the day before it closed at 19 something and it got up to 30 and almost closed up there. You could see this morning it tried to get up to that area, kind of got rejected, and now it's falling. So for me, when I look at this, I'm going to watch it to see how well it holds underneath this 28 level. Okay, because I just find that whole numbers, when they break a whole number, it can really cause downward momentum or upward momentum, of course, if breaks on top. So ideally, what would have happened is that this would have had a couple of candles and then maybe a little bit of a couple of candles resting around that 29 mark. Ideally, but it may not happen. So that's where you say to yourself, oh well, even if this keeps going down to $27, I have a trading plan and this would stop me from taking it. Yeah, BIOR today. Did it pull back a lot? Yeah, it pulled back, but not a lot. Now this did the reverse split a couple of days ago, one for 25. So this actually only has about 6 million in the float. Okay. That's why I can move like this. I don't think they came up with any specific news today, but these reverse splitters have been really active within a week of their doing it. 10x is another one. I don't think it really has moved that much, but 10x is another one that did a reverse split last week. Meanwhile, RYAM just other than a little jog up here, and here's another one. I mean, look at the VWAP. You might have, if you'd had some kind of a plan that you want to take stocks near the VWAP, see what they do, or price alerts near the VWAP. Look at RYAM. So it pulled back. You got the alert from my 10-day daily breakdown at 678. Okay, so right around here. And then look what it did. It actually moved up, got right to the VWAP. And then the VWAP looks like it kept rejecting it, could never get above it. And so the more, if you look at if let me get a bigger the VWAP. Yeah. So you can see here's the VWAP. That's that purple line right there. Okay. So you can see it popped up. Yeah. Just poked its head above it a little bit. But look how it was close, close, close. And you could have said to yourself, you know what? I don't think it's going to get through the VWAP. And so maybe you take the short right there. And where do you put your stop? Okay. Well, if you took the short right there, we should say 677, maybe you put your stop just over the VWAP so that you know, if it broke through the VWAP, you want to be out, which is going to be about 10 cents. As an example, these are things you can practice, okay, in the simulator. How would that work? All right, so now this is getting a little more interesting for me, the RVNC. See if it does not take out 28. As far as I'm concerned, it has been, yeah, you guys should be. Look at this. What a move this holo every single day. You cannot believe it. It's got to stop here. It's got to stop here. It's got to stop here. Can't possibly go up tomorrow, can it? Right. Grumpy, I have no idea. He's not here right now. I don't know. I mean, you're so inquisitive. Might be taking off some more time. I know he took off a lot of time. Meanwhile, Ryan, RYAM, just continues down. Okay, so now the RVMC becomes way more interesting to me. If it doesn't now it's bouncing, of course it's bouncing, but if it took out 28 again, that would get me probably interested. See, didn't chase it down, did not chase it down. Yeah, the other thing too, of course, is that this is such a strong stock yesterday. For all the reasons it did this, I mean, they're still in theory in place. It's not like the company has come up with some bad news that's causing this to crater. It's just, some profit taking. Bark on the way up here, guys. Bark on the way up. What a great day it had. I don't know if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any reason for it. Shake Shack, haven't seen this one for a while. So through the 200-day moving average, 48.80, sorry, 49.73. So call that 50. So through the 200-day moving average, next high looking left is 51.85. But you were in DAC. You were in DAC. You were in Ryan, weren't you? Beginning of the day. All right. So perfect example of not chasing. Perfect example. You know, if you chase this one underneath the 29 break, yeah, you would have done, no, I'm sorry, it's the 28 break. It actually did move down, about 20 cents, but look what happened right after. Now, SHC may not be over, guys. I know that had a nice run down, 1775, all the way down to 1516 or so. So that was a nice run. But look at the VWAP, 1641. Okay. So it's sitting right on that VWAP. And PJ will love this one. I refuse to believe it's going to sit here for the rest of the day. Okay. It's going to go one way or the other. So what I do is I'll put a little alert above it. Because it's an area, okay? I mean, it is a specific number, but it's also an area. And then I'll put an alert. I'm going to bracket the VWAP and see what happens. Boeing is looking good lower. Boeing, let's take a look at from Shady, BA. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're a believer of the VWAP, 206.77. So it just broke down through the VWAP. And there could be some support around 203. So that's $3 there. So it's just hanging around the VWAP. Boeing is 206.77 is the VWAP, 206.55. That was a heck of a bounce from Zach's bounce scan, though, for RVNC. I'm talking about right there. So the first alert, 27.88. The next one, not too far away, 27.75. And had a great bounce from there. So this little one just made another new high, BIOR. And the next high looking left is 367. There's a lot of room, guys, for this BIOR that did a recent reverse split. Well, keep an eye on this one. The longer it holds over 3, because again, the next high is 367. That's plenty of room. Not saying it's getting there, of course. All right, so now what I'm going to do is just stick an alert up here around 310 and see if it takes it out again. Only because it's got this room looking left. And I'm talking about BIOR. SPY has been very choppy, guys. I haven't even really looked at the overall market today, but the SPY has been very choppy. Meanwhile, yeah, well, G-Sun, is that right? G-Sun making, no, FRO is making new highs. FRO making new highs. I remember BTX, so ERNA, ERNA. So what do they do? Change symbols? Hmm. Used to be. So how long ago was it BTX? There's no volume, so yeah, just no volume. It's hard. I mean, it's very low float, no volume though, so hard to know. I mean, I know what you're probably looking at. It went from three to, but how much volume was that? Yeah, I mean, you've got really no volume, and the biggest volume day was, I'm looking at my histogram. Yeah, I mean, there's just no volume. So I can't get too enthused about it. Sorry. I mean, even, even on these moves here, it was done on so little volume. 37,000 shares, 13,000, 11,000. Yeah, I mean, there's just, I don't know, what's the spread on this? Yeah, the spread is 407, 420. So, I mean, unless you had, deep rooted faith in something with whatever they're doing, but how you can't take very many shares because it doesn't trade very much. You'd have a tough time getting rid of them maybe. So this is the sort of thing that, yeah, in retrospect, maybe it just keeps moving higher and higher and higher, but you would have had a tough time finding a like a good spot to get enough shares to make it worthwhile, in my opinion. But don't let me talk you out of it. I went from 6 to 60. Well, so I started trading as this one. So they just changed the names, filter or symbols back in October. Well, here's an interesting one. It's sort of the reverse of the RVNC. The RVNC had the big green candle up and then had a red one today. This one, a big red candle yesterday. Another pharma, ZNTL, and now trying to have a little bit of a comeback here. above the VWAP, $19 is the VWAP. Obviously, looking left, it's got a ton of room. But again, for whatever reason, I can't remember why this happened, but it's still in place. I mean, we always have to remember that. IMV and yeah, IMV and ERNA. Okay. IMV seems to have a little more volume though, certainly the last few days, but at least it's over 100,000 all these days. All right, guys, we have a leaf blower right outside my window, and I always like to do the old noise canceling test. Well, not the test. If you guys can't hear anything, that's still amazing because I'm having to shout because I feel like I have to shout. Cannot hear it. Amazing. YOLO the holo. Amazing. Okay, this BIOR just broke over 3 again. Okay, Shady's going is starting to work a little bit here on the short VA. BIOR broke over 3 again. The volume, like lots of volume. So again, that's really so it is traded the float. It has traded the float. I can hardly hear myself. So 6.8 million in the float, and it is traded 9.2 million. That's BIOR. Made surface. Okay, VIOR definitely the longer it holds over 3 guys. I like to see it. I like to see the spread. Okay, 306, 308 is not terrible. But what did these guys do that is holographic technology? Okay, I mean, cool, right? But why? I mean, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I mean, this stock was just a 250 for many, 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 many months and not years necessarily. Let me get a monthly chart out, see what this has done. So this started trading as holo and it got as high. I remember this one now. Yeah, it got as high as 34-ish, 33.56. I do remember this now. Get a weekly out. Yeah, so that week, but look what it did. I mean, 33.56, and then it closed at $1.33 and did nothing, 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 nothing until last week, where it sort of lifted off 2, closed at 4-ish. Now this week, So I guess that's what traders are looking at. The what if. Oh, thank God, I can't hear the blower now myself. Yeah, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, Wolo. So Baba, instead of, looking at that other one, I mean, this is the one. I mean, I'm not saying do it, chase it now, but if it ever pulled back a little bit, by the same token, this went up to $34 not that long ago. And but at least it had some volume, has some volume. And look at the, I mean, it's not incredible volume. It's only 751,000 shares, but certainly better than the 20 to 30,000. Yeah, so anybody in Discord, yeah, I apologize. What happened in the main room is that we did what's called a hard reset, and that booted everybody out. But you can come on back now. The screens are working. There's no delay anymore. Nobody should have a black screen or anything like that. But you can stay, you can stick in the Discord room. That's fine for the rest of the day or as long as you want. I'm glad we have a bunch of options now. Hey guys, there's that move now for BIOR. So if you took it, remember the next high, what did I say it was? So the next high is 367. Not saying it's getting there, but whew, 140. I have to do a video right now, okay? So, and then I have a marketing meeting at 2. So let me get my announcement in. So time is 140, should be no later than 150. Okay, so muting everything now. All right, guys, I'm back. So look at the SHC. It's just really just hanging in that little channel that I created, price alert channel that I created. Hasn't broken out one way or the other. Oh, it'll break out. It will not stay there. I have no problem. If I actually had placed a bet, there's no way it stays there. No way. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back again. Okay, I know I mentioned this one earlier. What is it going to do at the 200-day moving average? So this is the ACCD. You can see that green line, it's coming right into it. The 200-day is actually 991. So will it hold? In other words, will it act as resistance? Aha! SHC, little break on top, a little break on top. Very minor break. All right, guys, I am going to maybe trust this histogram a little bit. Look at all these lines. These lines are right at the top here. Bars are right at the top here. Theory meaning that the bullish candlestick patterns greater than the bearish candlestick patterns in terms of a ratio. Oh, geez. I'm sorry. I forgot you asked that question a long time ago, Steph. Okay, well, a couple of things. We don't have the 9 EMA, okay? I do apologize. I remember reading your post earlier. So we can't scan for the 9 EMA, okay? We don't have EMAs at all to scan on. You can put the 9 EMA on your chart. Alert for stocks are in a steady uptrend. Well, I again, your definition of an uptrend might be some different from somebody else's, but yeah, I mean, you can use consecutive candles. We've got a bunch of. I'm sure you're aware because you asked you. So what do we have here for consecutive candles? Oh, you already know this. I know. So we have the 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and the days. So those are so obviously. I mean, if you look at now, if you want though, so you don't want them necessarily giant ones. So you could maybe, I'm just trying to think, you could maybe, let's just say you said you want to have 3 consecutive 5-minute candles up, but, and I have no idea what you were going to say. So here's a 15-minute range percent, okay? If you restricted that and yet you had 3 5-minute candles up, but you didn't have like a huge range, so you'd be getting maybe a gentle trend. So you've got your consecutive candles up, but it's not like it has exploded on you yet. So that you might when you and then now it depends on the alert you're going to use. Now you could use a top list, of course, and just find the ones that are in the range, either at the top, the biggest percent, but limiting that percent, and then you would see that. Or if you wanted to create an alert window with a new high for the day or a 5-minute high. I mean, that's up to you, I suppose. But just sort of see, so you want to see an uptrend, but not something that is absolutely exploded yet. So you might want to try that. I have never tried that before, so I don't know exactly what you'd see, but you could try that. And if you're not getting any alerts, and you have to maybe expand the range a little bit terms of the percent, or make it a dollar. I mean, you can always do a dollar depending on what price range you want to trade. You could restrict the dollar amount. But yeah, it's sort of an interesting idea. if I do say so myself. So I'll let you put it together, and then you can let me know. Let us know with a price range and maybe a relative volume. Doesn't have to be super high. The relative volume, I wouldn't think. But at least maybe at least one though. You want to be trading, a little bit abnormally. Here's another one that I did create a while back that you might be interested in. It's not quite the same, but let me just see if I can find it. So small gap breakout, I called it. Let me see if I can remember what this does. What it does is it restricts the gap, the opening print. Okay. There you go. So it restricts the gap to no more than 1%. Okay, to on the high side or the low side, so above yesterday's close. So you will not see, but now the price is 3% from the open, at least 3% from the open. So you're restricting the gap. So in other words, you're not going to see a stock that's already gapped up 10, 12%. Okay. The gap will have been say 1%, but now it's up 3% from the open, from its opening print, with some decent volume, like current volume is 2, and it's making either a new high or a new low. I should load this one again and see what sort of alerts I get. Again, the principle being that, you're not going to see a stock that is already gapped up, 10, 20, 30%, but it is still an active stock because it's starting to move. You might want to try that. So Luna is an example, now it'd be awesome. But Luna is an example. So the gap, the opening print was within 1%, okay, of the close of yesterday. But now, before you would see it, it would have to be at least 3% down. So the gap is restricted, and now it's 3% from the open, and now it's continuing. I can give that to anybody who wants it. Yeah, and you can play around with that. Excuse me. And then the other one, excuse me, the consecutive, say 5-minute candles, and then restricting the 15-minute range just to see. Yeah, guys, marketing meeting has started. I forgot about it. Okay, give me a moment. Guys, I'm back. Steph, you do not need a premium membership. I know it says premium. I think it might say premium, but you don't need premium. I know it probably says Premium Market Explorer, but you don't need a premium membership. Unless they changed something in the last week or so. I think they were going to make it premium and then they decided not to, at least for this time. Okay. Okay, so that's what Pepe said yesterday. Yeah. So if you have an old version of Trade Ideas, it might say Premium Market Explorer, but it is not a premium service. So you probably have to download. So if you click on it, what does it say? Even though it says premium, but if you click on it, does it not load it? But does it load it even though it says premium? Oh, it does not load. Okay, you get another version of Trade Ideas. Okay, go to our homepage and download the later version of Trade Ideas, and but it is not a premium service. Okay. All right, guys. So I am now. Let's take a look at Beyond Meat. Boy, I did not enter again the BIOR. Wow, what a move for BIOR. Another again. We really have to be paying attention to these reverse splits. I keep saying 10x, also TENX. The interesting thing about some of these moves are that they're doing it on no even a fluffy little press release. They're not even trying to put out a press release. Because normally what I've seen with these reverse splits in the past is that they'll do the reverse split, then within at least they'll try within, say, I don't know, 3 or 4 days, they'll put out any sort of a press release. It doesn't matter what, just put out a press release and get the attention back to the stock. But this is not no press release that I can see. The news again, where was the actual date? Yeah, so January 3rd. So it's a week ago. So it's actually a week ago that it started trading after the reverse split. 25-1 reverse split. So yeah, I mean it took a week before it started to move. So again, 10x was last week. And it hasn't made a similar move yet anyway. All right, guys, this SHC is still kind of hanging in here at that VWAP. It hasn't really moved in a dramatic direction one way or the other. 1642. Oh, here's an interesting one. SIBN. SIBN, guys. What's the volume like? Not great. 3.5 times normal, but reason I find it interesting is a little above the 200-day moving average, 1584. Okay, so there's that. And then when you look left, the next high is 1849. We're talking about a stock at $16 right now. Boy, keep an eye on this one. I mean, this one, it's breaking out a little bit here. The only issue maybe is the volume, the overall volume. But if it ever catches a bit of a bid, because just look left, look at all the room it's got. 1646. Oop, I made a little mistake here. All right, still 1674. 1674 is the next high looking left. That's far enough away from 1605 and through the 200-day. It's back over 16 again. Maybe has a run with this market. Look at this market. Uh, well, I made a little bit on this one, but certainly not as much as I could have. BIOR. All right, guys, I'll be right back. How do you check to see these big dark pool buyers, Captain? Website that you subscribe to, or okay, GME. I'm looking to short this. 1713 is the high looking left. Okay, so we're getting a little mini parabolic on the GME. The memers will not give up yet. It showed up on IB. Where in IB does it have that information? Is that something you pay for at IB, or is it? I've never seen that. Well, let's go file. Obviously, it's not under dark pool. I just typed in dark pool, no match. Yeah, I don't have any, I don't have a volume, don't have a chart up for IB at all, but I'll take your word for it. How's that? The reason I ask is that they were kicking around yesterday the idea of dark, like trade ideas, dark pool data. Oh, so right here, so, oh, I see. So, I mean, I don't have to look at an IB chart. I can just look at my trade ideas chart. Yeah, and see 2 million. No, it's not that it's expensive. We have the data. But it's just a matter of somehow incorporating it into a filter or something. But I think we do have the data. Now, how would that be relevant or equate to our block prints? Oh man, am I yuck? Look at this BIOR. Missed the boat on this one. So that's why, guys, I've got to keep an eye on this 10x in case it does something crazy. And this is one where you're driving yourself crazy to ask the question, well, why is it doing this? And just because it had a reverse split a week ago, why is it doing this today on no news? Okay, guys, SHC is maybe trying to move out of this area now. Need some volume. Need some volume. Whew. I'm exhausted with all the stuff we had going on with the room. SHC guys on the move. On the move. But the volume is really well. I mean, the volume's good. I mean, it's 227,000 shares, but I'd like to see a bigger volume bar. Hey guys, SIBN looking interesting again. And a little pullback. SIBN. You know what I'm going to do is go to a site. All right, here's a reverse split calendar. Hmm. Yeah, you want to see the one for 20s and one for 60s and things like that. One for 50. GHSI, when did that happen? Oh, that was okay. That's the ninth. GHSI. That happened yesterday, or was it announced yesterday? Well, next high now, 481. My goodness, 481. So that 367 that I thought might stall it didn't even, not even remotely did it stall it. Well, the interesting thing will be what is it going to do tomorrow? Look at the volume that's coming in. Remember, it's only 6.8 million in the float, so it's almost traded the float, say three and three quarter times. Hmm. I will should be watching this one tomorrow, guys. It's ATLX. It uplisted from the pinks to Nasdaq. Okay, very few shares. I think it was something like 600,000 shares. The price was $6, so it's at that price basically. I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the day and see if maybe tomorrow it does something crazy. SHC now approaching 17. Okay, a little Bitcoin play, BTCS. Nice day for it. 17 guys, almost for the SHC. Oh yeah, I'm watching BIOR, absolutely. Now here's the CVAC. Now again, I find the CVAC kind of a difficult intraday trader, but I mean, normally I'd say that you got to be all over this because look at the histogram, look at these tall bars, look at the consolidation, look at the breakout over the VWAP. Got up to what, 1331, 1334 in the pre-market. I mean, everything looks good, except my history with this has been not able to hold the pops for some reason. And here it goes, though. Maybe this is the time. Yeah, I can see the percentages right here. Yeah, 1,700% option volume today, 4,000 contracts, 1,700%. All right, guys, it's 2:52. So what I'm going to do, I'll put myself on mute and I'm here. Have any questions, please ask. I'll be here till about 3:20, 3:25. Okay, but I will hop right back on the mic if there's some questions or if I have anything of note to say. All right, guys, so I have this error that I've had before where I try to delete multiple price alerts at the same time, and I get this, so I'm going to have to do an end task. I can't get out of it. All right, well, hopefully all my technical issues are all going to happen today. Man, that happened once before, a couple times before, trying to delete multiple price alerts, and you saw what happened. I get a cascading effect. Well, again, would it be Steph? So I'm answering your question about false positives. First of all, I would probably be using my relative volume filter in many of your scans because typically if you use the relative volume filter, I mean, you're going to have some abnormal volume coming in and you don't get, I know what you're talking about. You generally will never see a barcode. Okay, so maybe, I would just maybe try that, number one. Yeah, it happens so rarely though. I find I know what you're talking about. I just find it happens so rarely that any one of the scans that I use that I'm going to see something like a barcode. I know what you mean. Now, the only other thing I can think of is to use that range again, maybe a 60-minute range and have it. Yeah. Give me an example of one. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw a barcode as you're talking about it. Just give me an example of a stock. Well, guys, SHC, pretty good. Pretty good from that break finally, okay? Pretty good. Not, I'd love to see it get close to the high of the day, but okay, CVGI. Let's take a look at CVGI. Okay, I thought it would be more, well, wait a minute, I'm not getting any on the 15, so. I was gonna say, it's not that bad. It's not as barcodey as I thought it would be. I thought it would literally be just, a barcodey. Hmm. Don't use one. I don't use 1 minute charts. A, a BIOR analyst, really? Who would be following that one and putting a 65 dot? Seriously. I mean, something they did a reverse split 3 days ago and now, or last week, and now they're putting a $65 price target on it. For what reason? I mean, I haven't seen any news from this one since they did the reverse split, so I do see this. Okay, maintained a buy by Wainwright, but they, that's about the only thing I can see this morning. Yeah, okay. I mean, all right. I guess they did have some news received. Okay, pre-IND feedback. That was yesterday. Now, if it were Wedbush, no, I know. Yeah, I know. I did a 1 for 10 or 1 for 25 on effective on the 3rd for BIOR. Yes. So that's what we're saying. This is actually not 170 million, 6.8 million now in the float, which is about the only way a stock can be up 100%. You cannot, you're not going to find too many 170 million stocks with 170 million in the float to be up 100%. Yeah. So we have 170 million in the float. Okay, so let's just take a check to see what other. Okay, so you did, yeah, it should be 6.8 if you divide that by 25. Excuse me, divide that by 25. All right, guys, what time is it now? 3:10, so another 10 minutes or so. So, Seth, the other thing I might do if I, really wanted to is maybe have a minimum, I don't know, you can pick the time range, a minimum 60-minute range in percent, or a minimum 15-minute range in percent, a minimum that it has to be. Well, if you're wanting something that just doesn't look like a barcode, that is basically a range of, 2 cents or something like that, that's typically what it could be. So you could do you could use that minimum range. So over the last 30 minutes, a minimum range of a certain dollar amount or a certain percent. you know? So you wouldn't see something that's basically only a penny range over 15 minutes as an example. If you if it really bugs you. I think it happens, for me, it happens so rarely that I don't even think about it. And maybe that's because I always have at least, or two or three minimum relative volume. It's almost impossible for that to happen. Ebon, yeah. When though? When was that? That's quite a while ago, though, isn't it? Ebon, quite a while ago, or am I wrong? If you're going to tell me it was just last 2 weeks ago, and there it was, it could have been here. On the 1 minute, maybe on the 1 minute. Yeah, I just never use a 1 minute. So, okay, then use the minimum. I think we have that right for 1 minute, don't we? So we have 2 minute, okay? We have 2 minute. So we don't have a 1 minute. So you could make it a minimum in a 2 minute range of something that you think will eliminate something that looks like a barcode. Okay, let's take a look at AGRX. Yeah, I mean, I can see exactly that, but I mean, yeah, the relative volume is 1.6, which is not, huge. Yeah, like, what alert did that come? Did that come from that? But yeah, I mean, you're talking. Also, I mean, I have to admit, I don't look at sub $1 stocks very often, and that relative volume, it's not. To me, if you were going to be looking at, if you were going to be looking at stocks under $1, I would have a higher relative volume then. Okay, I might even try like a 3 or 4, and that should eliminate stuff like this. It should. I'm not saying 100%, but if you're going to look at stocks under $1, you want them to be trading really abnormally. All right, guys, are there any other questions? I think I'll wrap this up now. If there aren't any other questions, I'll stick around if there are, but if there are none, I will head out. Hopefully have a more stress-free day tomorrow. Relative volume is up to the time of day, okay? So for a very basic definition, okay, up to 317 Eastern time, what that one point, if you take a look at the average volume over the last 10 days up to that time for that stock, it is 1.5 times, okay? So it is time dependent. That's why you can see some huge relative volumes at the beginning of the day for a stock that doesn't trade very much. Okay, but all of a sudden it explodes on volume, and the relative volume will look insane sometimes when you look at the very, very beginning of the day. That's why I'd always, if you're I don't know if you sort of specialize, or if you really want to find these sub $1 stocks, I mean, I would always have a minimum volume too. At least, I don't know, 500,000 shares, even a million, with a relative volume of 3 or 4. Okay, guys. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Get my script in. And that makes sense. Obviously, yes. Though, on the other hand, sometimes a stock can just explode, right? And start the explosion for some reason. But you're right. I mean, typically, if a stock is only traded 100,000 shares and it's 3 o'clock, it's probably, unless now it's getting rolling for some reason, some news hits. But that doesn't happen that often. And if you were listening to Michael in the 12 to 1 session on YouTube, I mean, you can't catch I mean, you can catch absolutely everything, but just like what's happening with you is you'll get a lot of stuff. I mean, we can reduce the filters to catch anything you want, but you'll introduce a lot of other things that you won't want to see necessarily. So it's always a trade-off, always a trade-off. Okay, guys, well, let's hope the room tomorrow, everything is fine regarding the charts and all, so we don't have to go through that again. I have a lot of confidence. The first time this has happened in about the 4 years, I guess, we've had this version of the trading room. So, and you can see how responsive Sebastian is. I mean, he just hopped right in there, and he tried to help, and eventually we got it working. Okay, guys, so have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. We're all the rooms are closing. All the rooms are closing now on the edge. Okay, I'm shutting all the rooms down.